So roll call, please, Suzanne?
Mayor
Madam
Rich?
Clerk?
Mayor Rich,
Here?
Vice Mayor Collins.
Here.
Commissioner Clark,
Here.
Commissioner Giobi,
Here.
and Commissioner Reed.
Here.
And we are fortunate this evening to have, for our invocation, is Pastor James Hart from the Stuart Alliance Church. And will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance afterwards?
Sir, thank you for the privilege. Let's pray. Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for the rain. Lord, we need it. And maybe a little bit of an inconvenience, but Lord, we thank you for your generosity. Lord, thank you for this evening, and thank you for being here at this meeting tonight. Lord, we call this an invocation. It's not to call you here. You're already here. It's just to recognize your presence, Lord. So I would just pray for your presence to be manifest, that you would guide and direct this meeting. We ask for the peace of God that passes our understanding to guard our hearts and minds tonight, and that, God, you would just be very real, very present, Lord. Thank you for each one of these elected leaders that we have, Lord, that you have put in place. The Bible says that you place those in authority over us, and that we are to pray for them. We're to encourage them. We're to lift them up. I pray for your protection. I pray, God, for your wisdom, that your word tells us that you will give liberally and without reproach to those who ask in faith. And so, Lord, we just recognize all these things tonight. And again, Lord, just thank you for the privilege that I have tonight to be able to pray with this group and for our city, God. And we give you praise in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're right into comments by city commissioners. Commissioner Reed, do you have any comments this evening?
Sure, I was gonna ask the city manager if,
The acting city manager?
well, I guess the acting city manager might know. Chief Tuminelli, do you know when the Hamiltons are gonna come up as a specific agenda item then?
I heard within the next 2 meetings, I believe it is, if I could defer to the city
Okay.
attorney.
So that should
believe
be a
it's the second.
specific agenda item. I would like to talk about, too, Thursday I went to East Stuart and I spoke with some of the residents in the community. I also attended a meeting yesterday at the church in East Stuart, just to hear from the residents and clear up anything regarding the zoning in progress and the land development code, specifically to East Stuart. I did wanted to read an email that I received from Darcy into the record as well, from my fellow board members, so you know the consensus is and what it is from the community. She says, I hope you are able to encourage your fellow commissioners to allow more time for the community to discuss how it wants to go forward with the zoning issues involving East Stuart. I heard from one commissioner that ZIP matters need to be resolved by March, and it's obvious from what I heard tonight that more than that will be needed. There doesn't seem to be any compelling reason to cut off discussion before the community residents have had time to digest the information and come to a consensus. So I hope your voice asking for a delay in this matter is heard. Kind regards, Darcy. So my consensus to the board would be, if we're going to discuss East Stuart Land Development Code particularly, to not take any commission action tonight, but have the discussion. And the room's obviously stacked for East Stuart residents currently, so if we could pull that Land Development Code discussion to the front, because I would imagine that's where most of our comment is going to come from tonight. So that would be my statement and my comments as a board member tonight. Thank you.
So when we get to the approval of
Yes.
the agenda, we can
Okay. Thank you.
change the order. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Giobi?
No, I have no statements.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I don't know if Ms. Gandhi Savdas is here from the CRA, but I've seen the signs that we voted on some time ago. They've been implemented now, and there's a welcome to historic downtown, and the Creek District and other areas. I don't know if when we did that, if we had put one for East Stuart, but there should be something out on East Ocean Boulevard. But I think all of the areas in the CRA have that sign around, and I think that along with the birds and so on, that is helping to make that area of our city very vibrant. So I want to thank the CRA for that. We all are here to do business for the city, and it's always good to know that it's not just us up here, but our citizens who are concerned and our citizens who want to make sure that what is in their best interest is something that's considered deeply by our commissioners. So I'm just glad to see people who are out with regard to this item, which I think is listed as item number 3, and a portion of that is East Stuart. But ever since this whole zip idea came up, I've asked to either not have it or at least pull back on some things, because we just went through a lot with the Regional Planning Council, working on the form-based code for the Creek District and the East Stuart area, and people participated then, and I know that people have participated during this past 3 month and then the 3 month again, but it's always good to know that it never stops. People are still wanting to participate and to be involved, so that's a good thing. I don't have anything else, and when it comes to the specific items, I'll say that I just want to say that there's one thing that's on the, actually it's a commission, it's not consent, so that's good, because I wanted to bring that up about a new appointee to the CRB, but we'll have a chance to talk about that. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Along Commissioner Reed's points, I actually tend to agree with, that there's 2 separate parts, and we'll get into more depth when we're in this commission action item, but restoring the residential zoning to East Stuart versus the 2004 changes that the city made in conjunction with Treasure Coast Regional Planning. It took a historically residential neighborhood with some commercial activity and zoning on east up to MLK and remapped almost the entire neighborhood to commercial. Tonight, just for clarification, for public comment when that comes, tonight, the only thing that was really being discussed, we've been talking in the zoning in progress over the last 6 months about decreasing the amount of additional units we give developers when they go into conditional use. That's also being applied to East Stuart, but specifically to East Stuart, the changes that we were looking at revolved around any of the more intensive uses that are coming into East Stuart. One example would be the gutter company. If there's going to be commercial use that comes into this residential neighborhood, that application would happen through, it's an approved use, but it's really a conditional use, which would mean it would trigger a public meeting where the community would be able to be aware of it, so that you don't end up having this kind of a thing happen without any awareness. There's no, right now, since 2004, when we changed East Stuart to a commercial neighborhood, without many of the people in that neighborhood realizing that, today or tomorrow, somebody could come in and put in an application for a parcel halfway down east and build another gutter company or some other commercial use today as our zoning sits. And this is the truth, and this is not something that's been said a lot. There's been a lot of different ways that what we've been doing has been articulated. But today, if you live in that neighborhood, you could have somebody by right meaning without your permission, with no blue signs going up to let you know that that was going to happen, you could have commercial on Tarpon, Bahama. And I look forward to, without getting too deep into this, because this has to do with what's called a map amendment. What we need to do, not tonight, but in a very near future meeting, is, in my opinion, go to 10th Street, not just with one of us, but with all of us. And you're shaking your head, but
No,
I don't want to get
agree.
too feisty, but
I'm totally agreed.
the type of meeting that was had over there was blocked out your other 4 commissioners because it would violate sunshine.
Let's not accuse
Yeah,
each other up here.
Okay, yeah,
Mr.
exactly.
Vice Mayor.
So, we all 5 need to be there. The community needs to be there. And we need to have up on the screen what East Stewart was before 1998, where it was a residential neighborhood, and then what the changes were in 2004 that made it commercial. And we all need to discuss, with the emphasis being on the people that live in that neighborhood, what that neighborhood's going to be going forward. Because right now, as of today, like I said, somebody could come in, and for 3/4 of that neighborhood, it's zoned some kind of commercial. So tonight, what we have proposed is to require a developer or somebody who is going to buy one of those parcels to put in an application for conditional use so that there is a public meeting and the community can be involved in that process. For clarification, because I don't think that that's been said, and that was the reason for what we've been doing. Because of the gutter company specifically, that's been an issue, and until now, people were not even aware that that was zoned commercial. When we say, well, that's what it was zoned, people are like, what? What do you mean? How is that zoned? That's what it was zoned since '04. So the only way to fix that is to restore the zoning back to residential. We'll get into more detail as we're hashing through this, but just as a general comment, you know, I am personally beyond, I actually brought up, we need to have a public meeting at 10th Street with all of us. And I think you'd be surprised at the response you get from people who actually live in that neighborhood. They may not want it to be commercial, you know, but we need to go parcel by parcel, street by street, and talk about what it has been in the past and what we want it to be going forward. So with that, those are my comments. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So the number 63 played a role in my life this weekend. On Friday, I attended the opening of the North Martin County Little League, and there were 63 teams that were introduced just to bring the kids in from the one ball field and parade into the next. Took well over an hour. But to see that many families and that many young children, it's really amazing how the character of this community has changed. And my wife and I and our children have lived here for 45 years now. And it didn't used to be that way. And it's just terrific to see that. And, you know, we need to understand that as we make decisions, that I think we're becoming a younger community. And certainly we have a lot of children that we have the joy of being able to take care of and educate. So I was very, very happy to be there. The number 63 came into play on Wednesday when I did have that talk with the mayor. And is Ms. Wiley here? Is Ms. Wiley? I don't see Ms. Wiley in the room. Okay, I'm pretty sure you're going to hold this over me for the rest of my life, because about 5 minutes before the meeting started, I said, I think we need to take 2 of these tables away, because not that many people are going to show up. I've gone to many, many meetings, not just as a commissioner or LPA, but in many capacities during my time here. And most meetings are between 5 and 10 people. So I was I just handed that flyer out. I was a guest at Pastor James' church on Sunday. I handed that flyer out to a few people, and I was thrilled to see that the community turned out to that degree. The only regret I have is that some people have characterized it as I lost. And whenever an elected official gives himself the opportunity to stand in front of the people over whom he has the decision-making power, and they let him have it, that's not a loss. That's our job. And clearly, this community cares about the decisions that we will make and that can have an impact. And whenever a government body is going to take away people's rights, then the best idea is to go as slowly as you possibly can. And I'm glad to hear that that may well be the case. And that's really all I was asking for. I was there to inform and then say, you need to tell us how you want us to go forward at this point. So those are my remarks. So can I get a motion for the approval of the agenda?
City manager,
Commissioner Clark?
city manager comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I don't want to miss that. Comments
Thank you,
by
Mr.
the
Mayor.
acting city manager.
I appreciate it, and it's only for a couple of days, but I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So my first tenure really as a city manager, I had to deal with a sewer break. Paul took care of it really quick, just to inform the public and you. It was handled, it was on Stitman behind the sewer plant. It didn't affect any service, so it was handled very well by the utilities department. In addition to that, the sewer police department dispatch received a Florida accreditation for their accreditation of a dispatch center. It's the only accredited dispatch center on the Treasure Coast, just FYI. Pretty good accomplishment for the police department, and I had nothing to do with that. It was my entire staff who went through the entire process. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, acting city manager.
Yes, sir.
Can I get a motion now for the approval of the
Move
agenda?
approval of the agenda as published, knowing that staff will provide to us the breakdown for how we will discuss item number 3, which would take out the chapters regarding the form-based code. I think that's in chapter 3. That's chapter 3.
It is section.
Chapter 3.
It is section 3.
Commissioner, are you recommending that we move that section up within the ZIP
First, to
discussion?
discuss first.
Okay, and,
part of your
okay,
motion?
so just take that, okay, you're saying, thank you, Commissioner.
Just to be clear, we have sections 2, sections 3, 5, 6, and 8.
Yes.
So we would hear 3 first.
3 and then 2, 5 without objection?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed, is that okay?
When you say section 3, were we discussing anything in section 3 besides section 3.0200 that's
I
specific
think to make life easy for us,
Everything in chapter 3.
everything in chapter 3, but
But East Stewart being first in the chapter 3?
Just-
section
just-
3 is
just-
primarily
just
the
short,
overlay.
Yeah, it's not long.
He's correct.
Well,
It's the urban
section 3
codes.
is actually the
Yeah.
special zoning code, so there's, okay.
Okay, are we clear?
I think staff will.
Commissioner
lead
Reed, is
us.
that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, so
And
I have a
did we get
motion.
Did we get a second? If not, I'll
I don't
second.
believe we've had a motion, have we?
I
Oh,
had a motion, and I
She
thought that,
seconded it, now we have to call.
I thought that the vice mayor seconded it. Did you?
You
the
seconded
Vice Mayor
it.
seconded?
Just now, but hold on.
Eula,
Lynette
you made the
seconded
motion.
initially.
Eula made the motion.
Okay, so
I
Commissioner
made the
Clark
motion.
made the motion.
Commissioners Giobe's motion,
Oh, you made a motion?
was it your motion or
Was
Commissioner
my
Clark?
motion.
Okay.
I made a motion.
Okay, then I'll second that motion. Yes.
Okay. Is there any public comment with regard to the
Change.
order in which we will conduct the meeting this evening? Seeing none? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, okay. So, comments from the public on non-agenda items. So if you are here to speak with regard to the proposed changes in East Stewart, I would ask you to hold on, just be patient, we'll get there. But any other item on which you wish to speak? Suzanne?
No, I
Madam
have
Clerk?
Robert Hamilton first.
Robert.
Robert Hamilton.
Good evening, Mr. Hamilton.
Good evening. My name is Robert Hamilton, the 1895 Church of Stuart. My name is Robert Hamilton, the 1895 Church of Stuart. Is that better? Thank you all. I'd like to start off this evening. Some of you have done a lot of work for us, all the people in this room. But some of you, we know what it's like when you're disrespectful to us, to Mrs. Hamilton, to myself. And I want to urge you, it only takes 3,000 to unseat you. You need to learn respect. For the others that are sitting there, I appreciate the respect you have shown my wife. I appreciate the respect, some of you who's an attorney, who knows my career in this town. It's unblemished, unimpeached. Now, we're going to talk about the church for a minute. The lies that were told about me and my wife are well documented. There's a documentary coming out, produced by my wife and myself. All the documents, all the lies. I want to thank the governor's office. I appreciate your help. I appreciate the state historical people, which is not a program, it's part of the state of Florida. The lies have been so immense about our character, the stuff that's gone on behind our back. I couldn't get the documents from the city, but the government, the real government, turned them over. That's a problem. Like I've said in the past, if this was a corporation, you would terminate these people. You have a city manager that needs to be terminated for what he did to me and to my wife. I don't take it lightly. A snafu of this magnitude cannot go unchecked or unbalanced. The people behind me in this room, they're the constituents. They're also victims in their own way on their own fights. But it's costing everybody money. I urge everybody in this room tonight, the governor spoke today. I urge you to watch what the governor said. There's going to be a lot of changes coming in Florida. We need to resolve these issues. I don't ever again want anybody in here disrespecting my wife or myself. I don't have a problem having an argument with you or you or you or you, because you've all been respectful. But when a city manager did the things that he did to my wife and to myself, and for what? What was it done for? What was the gain? To slander our name? Tell me I threatened city officials? I never threatened a city official, not one time. And if I did, I'd go with the chief right now. I'll volunteer to go. Never threatened anybody. He didn't like what was put on Facebook. Well, that's his problem. He's a public official. When you take that job, you work for us. If we don't like what you do, you're gone. And I know one of you is not going to get his seat back. There's a lot of people really mad at you right now. You hurt people. You hurt me. You hurt my family. You hurt people behind me. Thank you for your time. Remove the manager.
Audra Creech.
Hi, I'm Audra Creech, fourth generation Martin County, seventh generation Floridian. My parents grew up, my dad grew up in Hope Sound. I was not going to speak today, but Mr. Smith, who is a family friend, asked me to. I was here just to observe. It's actually my birthday today, so I was here to, thank you. I was actually here to observe because I felt it was important, because I have some background with the city of Stuart and this area in Martin County. And there are some important things that are coming up for second reading, obviously as to East Stuart. And I applaud everybody for taking a minute, as I think was noted in the comments from commissioners, to take a step back on this. This is a significant change. even if it is maybe a change that might be warranted or not. I'm not going to state a position because it's not my area. It's not my part of town. One of the first stories I ever heard about East Stuart was my father talking about how he came home from school with a bunch of East Stuart residents, and he came over to spend time with them. He was, elementary school. And one of the matriarchs of East Stuart, sitting on the porch, asked, "What's your name, boy?" He's like, "Ma'am, I'm Ricky Creech." She's like, "Your mama Dell?" "My grandmother's named Dell, yes, ma'am." "You're in my neighborhood. You behave, otherwise I'll call your grandmother." That is East Stuart. That is their town. So you walk up into East Stuart, you are in East Stuart. This is theirs. So I would suggest to you that before we go changing everything, even though, yes, it might need to be changed, we get them involved a lot more. Once again, I wasn't going to speak because this is not my area. It's theirs. It just is. It always has been. But it has had its areas of commercial because they could not cross the tracks after certain times at night. It was segregated. They had to be self-sufficient. My family was here prior to desegregation. My family was here after desegregation. We saw the whole thing. Unfortunately, it was a knockout, drag-out at times. As much as we hate to remember those days, it happened. So to say there's no commercial in East Stuart is not correct, or it shouldn't be correct, but to say that it should be all commercial, again, not correct. So I would suggest, as has been stated, and I applaud you for rethinking this, that you go back to the actual people involved, and you show them not only the 2004 changes, not only what was there before, prior to 1968, prior to desegregation, but also the permitted use tables for East Stuart as proposed, and the East District permitted use table. Do not forget the permitted use table. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and happy birthday.
Jimmy Smith? Jimmy Smith?
Mr. Smith, you're not going to remark on the East Stuart?
No, I just want to
Okay.
I want to say thank you. Okay. First of all, I want to just say, just talk about a little history. First of all, I want to give you, thank you for you all seeing some visions together, agreeing to some things together. It's very important. First of all, I just want to say all these families, I just want to talk about East Stuart, but not that project, okay? I just want you to know that history is so important. Without history, we wouldn't know which way to go forward. My parents always say, "Son, if you forget where you started from, you'll forget where you're going." And so the history of Stuart, the city of Stuart, are really made up by this community. If you look back years ago, as you speak of 68, back in those days, the city of Stuart, the garbage department, the roads, all that, a lot of our forefathers had worked there. And they were picking up garbage when they didn't have trucks to pick it up. They now have their stuff to do it a different way. And our parents have worked hard to make the city to become what it is. And I remember as a little boy, that Town Shop, I'm quite sure some of them, Western Auto, the only place that we had to operate to buy school clothes and stuff. We want the city to know that we are a part of this city. And these families are only coming because they want to be respected as a part of this city. And you commissioners, you have really showed us tonight that y'all can work together. And I am going to commend you on that. I'm glad to see that we can put aside our differences and fill the gap that others have been missing out in this gap. And today we can go forward and try to work together to help this community, other city of Stuart, become one. Because without us, or without you, we're not one. And that's why I was going to say today, we can utilize the third Thursday of this month. I have a reservation. You don't have to do any work. We can utilize the third Thursday of this month at the Civic Center, and we utilize it as our start. and be more involved in East Stewart as well as anywhere else. Come outside the box. Come outside the box, all of you together, and let's have meetings in those certain areas. Not only East Stewart, but other areas. And you find out that when you reach in other people's territory, they'll feel like they are part of the team of the city of Stewart. So I want to thank you for that and commend you. Continue to work together, work for the people, and the people will work for you. All right? Thank you very much.
Albert Brinkley. You want to wait?
It's not Albert Brinkley.
I might say this wrong. Wida
I
Yvette.
saw Mr. Brinkley earlier.
He said he'd like to pass. He's going to wait for the zip item.
Oh, okay.
Wida Yvette.
Who was that? Madam, oh, okay. Could you introduce yourself and your address, please?
Yes, hello. My name is Dr. Yvette Huerta, and I live at 100 Southwest Atlanta Avenue, Stuart, Florida. Have lived there since 2001. And I'm here to just speak of the flooding that we're having down on Southwest Anchorage Way, which is the property, which is the road right next to us. We own the whole corner. We're in a mixed community, residential, commercial. We have residential apartments and one commercial down Anchorage Way. We spoke last year asking, requesting for surface drains and for the sewers to be looked at because of the severe flooding that we've experienced over the past 12 years since the marina was built and Gilbert's was put in. The first picture that you see is the way it used to be. This was West First Street, and I'm sure many people remember from the old community, West First Street was the street the kids used to ride down and jump off the end of the city pier after school. It was a very nice area, and the drainage from the water, from the rain and the streets and everything, the surface water would come off and just go down into the river. When they put Gilbert's up, they built, on the second picture you'll see, they put a 10-inch curb across at the end of the street, thereby blocking the water off, stating that the sewer that's highlighted in yellow would take care of the problem. Well, it doesn't. Last year, we found out that there is a plan with CapTech to put a backflow meter into that sewer. They can't clean it, they can't get a truck to it, there's no backflow valve. And we haven't been able to get anybody to take this on and tell us where do we go next. In addition to that, what has happened, and it's a public art area now, it's still public part of the street, and people use it to sit. The third picture shows they just redid the boardwalk, and you can see where the outlet, which is normally half under on high tide, is completely blocked. So now it's completely blocked, and we talked to them when they were redoing this in October, and nobody would talk to us about it. We're like, where is the discharge for the street? Consequently, we have flooding on Atlanta Avenue as well in front of Casabella. The fourth picture is just a picture of our 1920 rentals that are down at the end of the street where the foundations are being washed out of because of the water that's coming through, to the point where I actually had to put exhaust valves in my seawall. The fifth picture is a picture of a new development. I think it's Sailfish that's right on the walkway. And that was what our vent used to look like when they first put it in. And there's no discharge now on the street. No backflow meter was ever put in, and there's no accommodation for the surface water to come over. So, and then the last picture is just a small picture in front of City Hall of a small surface drain that they put to take the pressure off of the deluge of the water. So that's what we asked for. We asked for the backflow meter, we asked for discharge, and we asked for a surface drain cut on the curb to go out. And there won't be any garbage or anything going down there because there's a grate. So if we could just have one person that we could have a contact with so we could address this, because we've lost 3 cars at the end of the street because of the flooding. There's been 3 cars lost. Sam's car at
What do you mean lost?
flooded, completely flooded. That's how bad it gets. They actually flood. He lost his Mercedes. My 2 renters lost 2 cars. Thank you very much. If
So
you
your concerns are noted, and then
Concerns
we'll
are
have-
noted.
We'll have our acting city manager here,
Talk to Milton and.
talk to
Hello.
Milton and our,
I do
Typical
have,
city
I do have a
manager.
note down, and I will point your, did Sam lose his van as well?
no, he lost his Mercedes years ago from it, yeah.
I will inform Mr. Mortel and speak with Milton about that as well.
I-
Mayor,
Okay, now
what is your
Milton, we've gotten
address?
nowhere with, so just so
Did
you
she
know.
has her address?
We have her contact info. I promise you,
Th-
we
thank-
will attend to this.
Thank you very much. We
Thank you for your
appreciate
time.
you very much. Sorry to go over.
no, thank you for coming.
Madam Clerk?
Margaret Bromfield.
Good evening, Margaret Bramfield, 1201 Southeast Sandola Lane. We are living in unprecedented times, and I have something to share that I want our leaders and our community to just ponder for a minute. The late president of Uganda, Idi Amin, wanted to change the name of Uganda to Idi. Everybody in the cabinet agreed because they were afraid of him. But there was one man, Malimungu, who said, Idi Amin, Your Excellency, do you know a country called Cyprus? Idi Amin said to him, What does Cyprus have to do with changing Uganda to Idi? Malimungu replied, Citizens of Cyprus are called Cypriots. If we change the name of Uganda to Idi, the Ugandans will be called idiots. And the world will call us idiots, which we are not. Idi Amin looked at him and said, You and I are the most intelligent men in this cabinet. Here are the moral lessons. The power of courage to speak truth. Remember, Malimungu was the only person who stood up and spoke. Number 2, wisdom over fear, F-E-A-R. While others of the cabinet agreed out of fear, this man spoke up. Number 3, one voice can make a difference. Number 4, dictatorship thrives on silence. I will say that again, dictatorship thrives on silence. Evil prevails when good people refuse to act. Number 5, leaders need honest advisors, even when it's hard to hear. If a leader surrounded by fearful followers will make poor decisions, good leaders require advisors who are willing to speak the truth, no matter how uncomfortable. And number 6, name and identity matters. Name and identity matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bromfield.
Betty Brinkley.
Good evening, Ms. Brinkley.
Good evening. Thank God for Jesus. If it wasn't for Jesus, we'll be better or worse off than what we are. And I thank God for watching over East Stewart. Lord, I thank you. Thank you, God. He's keeping us because for years go
Could you
back.
just introduce
they've been
yourself,
trying to-
please, with your address?
Beg your pardon?
Just introduce yourself and your
Oh, my-
address, please.
Oh, my bag. Betty Brinkley, 945 Southeast Nassau Avenue.
Thank you.
I got excited over Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
Don't stop.
But anyway, we have issues, with his biggest one was the zoning, but I'm talking about the little mountain now. I'm talking about my children, elementary kids, going to school in the morning, crossing over 10th Street, and all this traffic. And you have the big old thing with the big old trailers and cars coming through there. Kids standing at the crosswalk. These cars are not stopping for these kids. They ducking in front of cars. And I say, make that a through street, do Martin Luther King. Anybody crossing over really that much over there to get over there. There's a bunch of kids crossing over that every year. And instead of making a through, cut it off, have them go somewhere else. There's too many cars. And the kids, it's by the grace of God, they haven't got hit yet, and I pray that they don't, because some of them coming through there really fast there. And another thing, talk about that CRA money. why are we exempt from that? I mean, allegedly, somebody was rumored out that they gave something to a church. I got to yet find out that that's true. But I can't get none of that CRA to do my lawn, or go in my house, fix my house up. And that's what it should be over there, beautifying the homes, the lawns that the people got over there. That thing, you can give millions of dollars to business downtown, but we can't get none of that. And I did ask one year, about maybe 5 years ago, she said, I'll give you for my lawn, because my yard is a mess, and I hate it, it's a mess, but I can't afford to water. My water bill is so high, and I don't use that. And then you got sand. They come over every house over these Stuart, and they bring dirt. They bring sand over there. And it's hard to water sand, so it don't soak in. So I wanted to do my lawn. I asked her about the money. She said, give me $200. I said, what in the heck is $200 gonna do out of 5,000, whatever? But you got the money, but we don't see it. And I lost my train of sight. But anyway, we need to do better about East Stuart. And whatever you put in East Stuart, some of y'all, I thank God for some of you. And then for the one that ain't, I pray for you, you know what I'm saying? Because you need prayer, you know what I'm saying? It's sad. See, Jesus took care of the poor people. Jesus didn't down the poor people. Jesus took care. He was for the poor. The rich, he didn't worry about the rich. He didn't say that you couldn't have rich and stuff like that. But he was for the poor people. And look like y'all against us, not all of you. But anyway, those are a few things that 10th Street, the traffic is too much, and that's the main thing. And that CRA money, bring some over in these students.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkley. Actually, the issue of the children's safety going to school and returning from school was brought up at the last meeting, and it is, I think it's on the agenda, Mr. Baggett, for the first meeting in March. Is that correct? We're going to be talking about it.
I don't recall. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
wasn't that, you remember? Yeah, so that is on the agenda, and we're hoping that the parents who live in that area will be here to express their concerns, because it is an issue, and hopefully we can find a successful resolution. The problem is we have a county road there and a city road, so it's not that simple.
Mr. Mortel from his vacation just texted me that we have a D&D set for March 10th.
Correct, so we are aware of the issue. And
Mike, go vacation. Stop watching this meeting.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Althea Studemeyer.
Good evening, Ms. Wiley.
Good evening. Of course, Althea, 1724 Southeast Diana Trace. I stopped coming for a little bit because it was a lot of rigmarole. It's a lot of division. And one thing that on my platform always, we're stronger together. We are stronger together. And you all are leaders. You are leaders. You are leaders. You may not have the same vision. You may not have the same idea, but you're leaders. And it's kind of disheartening a lot of times what I see, if it ain't you going against the city, the county going against you. And how are you going to get the residents to be unified if you're not unified? You don't have to agree, but you got to show some type of unity. Because how the community is going to be able to follow and trust you? How? We're stronger together. You guys can become stronger together. Because if you're divided, the community will stay divided. So you have to become unified. You don't have to agree on everything. But you do have a community that needs you to really put their needs before yours. Okay? I love y'all.
Thank you.
Rosa Studemeyer.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rosa Stoudemire. I live off of 9188 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. I've been here all my life. I was born and raised here. And what I see, as Athelia was saying and Betty was saying, I want to speak on the traffic behind what Betty said. I witnessed myself about the school kids getting out of a school on J.D. Parker, but it wasn't J.D. Parker, it was the middle school. And I watched them as they was coming home. It was about 7 kids going from the middle school towards Palm Beach Road off of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. So I went and stood on the corner to see were they gonna be able to cross. No, they were not. It was cars coming rapidly towards the kids. And I say, this is not good. So I almost took my own vehicle out there to stop so the kids can get across the road. It took about 30 minutes for those kids to cross over because they couldn't get over there. So I went and I talked to the crossing guard at the middle school. He told me, he says, it's been about 3 people already that said the same thing. He said, well, my supervisor, she's right down there by the school, go and talk with her. When I got there, she was not there. So I went to the school. I talked with the principal, 3 other people that was with the principal, I talked with them as well. The principal gave me his information to call a number. So by that time, the officer, Martin County officer, came up as we were talking. He wanted to know what we were talking about. So I told him, he immediately gave me his card, told me to call this number and go to the police station and talk to Shine, which I called Shine on the phone. I could not get him. I left a message. Shine never returned my call. So the thing that I'm saying, I had kids, I have grandkids, but I love other people's kids. Amen. So my thing of it is, I'm not gonna stop until I get this taken care of, because this is what's gonna happen. I left this same message on the phone for Shine and the school district people. I said, you know, if you don't take care of this problem, somebody gonna get hurt. Most of all, they gonna be dead. And I'm gonna stand before you like I'm standing now, and I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm not gonna lie, because it needs to be either just like they have off of Palm Beach Road and 10th Street. They should have the same thing where those kids can push that button and get across that street, or they should have a crossing guard so they can get by. That's all I'm saying. It's not asking for too much to save these kids' lives.
Mr. Mayor.
Certainly, Mr. Acting City Manager.
Ms. Stoudemire, can you tell me when you contacted Lieutenant Shine? How long ago that was?
It's going on about a month now.
Okay. I will
Yeah.
take care of it.
Okay.
You'll have a phone call tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Giobi?
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. I just want to let you know I've been on the other side of that podium, and it's very frustrating. And many of you are here for the first time or haven't been here very often. And that's very frustrating because you look at us, and I don't know about you, but when I stood there, I wanted some interaction. I wanted some answers. We really can't give those, I'm told. I'd love to be able to interact. But what I am told that you can do is that you can email myself, any one of us, leave your name with the clerk, and she will let us know your name and your contact information, and whatever your issue is, we can get back to you and continue that conversation more than 3 minutes. So I just want everyone to be aware of that, and please take advantage of that. Thank you.
Next, Madam Clerk?
Jimmy Wilson.
Jimmy Dobb.
My name is Jimmy Wilson, 801 Tar Pond. This is how I wanted to come up here, because I am embarrassed. I am ashamed of a lot of things from a lot of people. I've been coaching in this community for 30 years. 30 years. I'm about the only one in this community that's worked with kids where it's never been part of my job. I've never been at a job where I got work with dealing with kids. All this is 30 years of volunteer. And the reason why I was gonna come up here embarrassed, because over those years, I've seen those kids I've coached grow up. Some of them went off to school, became teachers, and got so many degrees. And a lot of people ask me, well, Jimmy, what organization do you belong to? So since I don't belong to an organization, some say I don't count. So I'm up here speaking for those who count. Guess who they is? Those kids grew up, like I said, went to school. Those kids got a high education, just like anybody who got those jobs. But when they came back here and all those jobs opened up in the community, they wasn't the one getting them. And that's what I'm really mad about, because that's what I grew up on. All those jobs had people in the community I knew, just like the lady came up and said about her grandfather. Don't make me call you grandma. Those are the people who was over me. Those was in those positions. For some reason, every time something get built in the city of East Stewart, you giving these jobs to everybody but the people from that community who did go to school and do have the degree. May not be me, but believe me, you ask me, I can point them right to you. And they was never given the opportunity. They working under somebody and they're more qualified for it. So everything I did to get these people to where they at, the city of Stuart told them they ain't getting those jobs. And that's why I came up here embarrassed. What am I doing it for if y'all gonna do what y'all do? Sorry.
Charles Jones.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I don't know how I follow that, but I will state my truth.
Could you just introduce yourself, please?
Yes,
and your address?
I'm Charles Jones. My address is 1802 Southeast Boletto Street, Port St. Lucie. So I grew up in East Stewart. Some of you may know East Stewart has a rich cultural history. Stewart Training School. My uncle, Leroy Washington, who was a captain of the police force. Sir, you're familiar with him, Chief. We have James Christie, my cousin, who not only was a commissioner, but a mayor of Stewart multiple times. These were the people who I grew up with, who were my influences. And where did they come from? Right across the tracks in East Stewart. East Stewart is more than just, oh, it's impoverished. It's more than, oh, it's the across the tracks, it's the ghetto. It's where people had to pull themselves up to make something out of themselves, to do something, to be examples for others, to inspire others. But when you see what has happened to how I grew up, where you watch the families, the tight-knit communities, people that knew everyone, I could look around this room and I know a lot of people, just as y'all know me and y'all know my family members. Community is really what it's all about. But one thing is the community also has to be involved in the direction of growth and where things are headed. It sure doesn't lead us a lot of confidence. It sure doesn't make us feel like we are part of a community that we helped build when we don't have any say in it. So I would ask commissioners, we all want just a simple thing. We want to be a part of the decisions. Just as you wouldn't want people coming into where you live and making decisions for you without your input, how would you expect the same for us? So that is all I ask, that we want to work with you, but we want to be involved in the decision making. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, sir.
We have no more public comment, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I get a motion for approval of the consent calendar?
So moved.
We have a motion by the Vice
Second.
Mayor and a second
I'll second that motion.
by Commissioner Giobbe. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Collins?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Giobbe?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
And Mayor Rich?
Yes. I think that's the first time we've passed a consent calendar without making a change in quite a while. Commission action, Mr. Baggett, will you read item 2 for our consideration, please?
Absolutely. Resolution number 31-2025, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, appointing Community Redevelopment Board members Mark Breckbill and Frederick James to serve as board members of the Community Redevelopment Agency for the remaining current term from present until December 31st, 2025, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a motion? Unless there's any discussion.
Well, we have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by the Vice Mayor, the motion by Commissioner Clark. Is there any public comment on this item?
If
Would
there's
we
no-
like the-
If there's no public comment, I'd like to say a few words, Mr.
Commissioner
Mayor.
Clark?
I think Commissioner Giobbe mentioned to the public about procedures on how to speak, and I guess this time is my time between the myself and maybe the city manager, but I know that our CRA person here, Pinal, is here. But I just wanted to say that the way things work, we have a Community Redevelopment Board, which is a CRB, and I just appointed a new person to that board, and that person is Reverend Frederick James. And then Mark Breckwill has been on that committee, and he remains on there. And that committee nominated 2 of their members to serve with us on the CRA, and the CRA is all of the city commission plus these 2 members. And I just wanted to say that they're going to be making decisions about how to deal with those funds that come from various sources, especially the TIF funds that go with the CRA, and to use them in the community, and they're going to be a very important source. I don't think Mr. Breckwill is here, but he's well-known. But I don't know if anybody knows Reverend Frederick James, but he's an up-and-coming politician / minister. Reverend James, would you? Just briefly introduce yourself to the community that you're going to be helping to make decisions on.
Do I speak to you or to the?
You'd speak to us and they'll
You
hear.
speak to all of us.
Oh,
Is it Reverend or Pastor?
That's a good question. He'll introduce himself.
I carry both titles.
Oh.
As Christ carried 3 titles, I carry 3 titles. I'm a pastor. I'm also a reverend, ordained reverend in the AME Church, and I pastor the people at St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church, where I serve humbly. So let me thank you, first of all, for this opportunity to serve. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
And I will do what I can to help guide in the decision-making process prayerfully. And I thank God for the opportunity to serve. The people that attend St. Paul, they know that I will speak truth to power, that I'm not afraid to say what's on my mind, but I don't carry that to my bed with me. I don't go to sleep angry. I don't go to bed with malice in my heart. And so whatever decisions that are made, I thank God for you having a brain to make a decision. And as I've learned that we all have a right to an opinion. I'll respect your right to an opinion as long as you respect mine. Thank you very much for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that also, one of his first questions, and I said, as soon as you get started and he's been approved for one committee, this another committee, it's called what is a sunshine board, especially the CRA. And I know that when I served as mayor and vice mayor, Mr. James Christie we attended the same church, we were on the same board, never had a problem with outside discussion and items with the thing. And I know that he says, I want to learn as much as I can, so he's going to have his time to talk with Mr. Baggett. And I know that their committee has also been taught how to respond to things. But it is just so good to know that he's here and he's ready and willing to serve. And we have a motion and a second?
We do, and
Yes.
I would like to emphasize what you said and to remind the commissioners that since he is on the CRA, the sunshine applies
To him.
to all of us with regard to Pastor James. And Ms. Brinkley, you want some of that money? Because almost all decisions in the CRA first go through the CRB. So we do, that's the reason we have these boards, these multiple boards, is so the people have the opportunity. And now you have someone who lives right in the community, so go to him. Go talk to him. But you're certainly welcome to speak with any of us. So we do. And thank you both for serving. It takes a lot of work. So, roll call, please. Do you have any comments? I'm sorry, Vice Mayor? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collins?
Yes.
Mayor Rich?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
And Commissioner Giobi?
Yes.
Yes. Good job.
Okay. Mr. Baggett, will you read item 3 for our consideration, please?
Ordinance number 2539-2025, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, amending and restating the city's Land Development Code, Chapter 2, zoning districts, uses allowed, density, intensity, Chapter 3, special zoning codes, Chapter 5, resource protection related development standards, and Chapter 6, on-site and off-site development standards, which were determined during the zoning in progress under Section 1.04.04 Stuart Land Development Code, providing for conflict, providing for codification, providing for an effective date, and for other purposes.
So before we move on this item, if the board will indulge me, because we had difficulty last session and it went quite lengthy, as we're all too well aware of. My suggestion would be starting with section 3 and then 2, 5, 6, and 8. Let's discuss each section and then vote on each section, one at a time.
No,
No?
that's not how we've been doing this. If we want to parcel out, like we discussed,
Section 3?
these particular parts of Section 3, that's fine. But we should have it all voted on one thing versus trying to piecemeal it together with votes.
Because I was just thinking it'd be easier to provide the public the opportunity to speak to specific sections, rather, because otherwise, public comment will it will occur just at the beginning, and then we'll go through all the sections.
I agree with you to your point about public comment for each section like we did last time. So after it was a little chaotic, we moved towards, public comment. If you have any questions on section 3 or comments, 2, 5, 6, but this should be voted on as a package as it's been. And then if we want to parcel out and say, we're not going to vote, for example, hypothetically, we're not going to vote on, the allowable uses chart in
A
section
particular
3,
element?
Or, like
Okay.
the map amendments on a
I
part of the
understand what you're
same,
saying. Is there any input on that,
We wanna
Commissioner Reed
exclude
and
a part
Joby?
of
I
our
think the only thing that we were pulling out was section 3.02.00, I think, that's for East Stewart. That was zero commission action, everything else was.
Commissioner Joby, is that okay if we
Yes.
vote at the end of the entire discussion on the package, except for,
Well, let's, instead of saying that now, let's go through this and then see exactly what it is that we want to parcel out. Let's discuss that when we get there, instead of on the front end, correct?
could we vote on that element at that time, or would we have to wait till the end?
Let's just
If we
start.
were looking to vote to table, we could,
But are we tabling a
No.
section, which was what
You're-
my thought was?
Forgive me, you're creating a little bit of chaos. Let's go through this. When we get to the portion that applies to what we're talking about, if we would like to pull out a particular section, to not vote on that and table that particular item,
That's what, yes, that's what I suggested.
but not
Okay.
now.
Start.
No,
Not
no,
on the
no, no,
front end,
no, right,
yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need a motion and a second.
For what?
The entire thing.
No, we're going through this line item by line item. What are you talking about?
But we can't discuss it unless we have a motion and a second to consider, right?
No, Jody's going to present, and we are going to go through this like we did every single time before this.
Oh, you want to have staff go through the changes from last week? The
Correct.
prior week. Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
Voting on those, we should.
Fine, we'll have the staff presentation
The
first.
context of this, for those of you who this is the first meeting as a part of the ZIP, is we've been doing this for 6 months, going line by line. So we've been trying to thoroughly go through this.
So you're going to have to sit through the staff presentation here.
Only for a few pages if you can hang in there. We'll
And
get to the
then we
part
will
that's relevant.
have a motion and a second, and then right after that, we will have public comment. So, okay. We've arrived at a good decision here.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jody Kugler. I'm the Development Director. If we could just take a quick moment, at the last meeting, the board had requested staff to kind of start playing around with the GIS layers so we could look at the different layers based off the zoning. So you can see the parcels only in R3, or if you're looking for parcels for urban waterfront.
Nice.
So if we could just demonstrate that real quick, it's not totally rolled out, but I do have some of my staff here tonight. I'm going to introduce Michelle Arbazal, is my planner one. And I also have Ezekiel Cruz. This is the guru that sits behind the GIS. And doesn't say much, but he's amazing drawing points and shapes. So they're going to go through just a quick run through, and then we can start the other portion. But I just wanted to show you what staff is trying to create. And if you have any suggestions or want any change anything, we can certainly work on that as well.
Because it didn't work over the weekend. Thank you.
It's gonna work today.
All right, so on the city intranet, we'll find the Geo app, which is the development's internal web map. So what we have here is a bunch of layers, and some of them make sense, some of them don't for some of you. But we'll turn off the roads, parcels, and the city limits. Now, for this demonstration, we're going to turn on the districts. So this doesn't really give us much information. This is a lot of data. So what we did is we have a filter that we're able to break down a certain location. In this case, we're going to toggle it on these special districts. We're gonna
Ezekiel, can you
select-
zoom into East Stewart? I think that'd be relevant tonight with the crew that's here.
So we are going to go to the selection for East Stewart. You don't only have to select one, you could select multiple, but for this particular example. And then we're going to select the zonings. And let's say we want to look at BMU and GRO for that particular East
Can you
Stewart.
also do SFD?
SFD as well. Yes.
So that purple, just for everybody in the audience, that purple is business mixed use,
That's fine.
which imagine Abacoa or City Place. Starbucks on the bottom, apartments upstairs, 3-story. Yep.
Mr.
That's what
Vice
it's allowed
Mayor-
by zoning.
Mr. Vice Mayor,
Just
could
being
we
honest.
have the staff make the presentation? And you're allowed to
Sure,
comment later.
absolutely.
When recognized. Thank you.
That's it.
Please continue.
So this layer just shows you that you can turn on one layer if you're only looking for zoning in multifamily. You can see all the parcels within the multifamily. It will automatically turn on that color. Or you can do multiple layers, so you don't have to look into the entire zoning map. That gets very confusing, lots of colors. And also, we're also going to be looking at the vacant parcels. You'll have a vacant parcel layer as well. And also, we're trying to do the number of parcels within that layer. So if you want to know in your BMU or your East Stewart area, and you wanted to send out mailers within 300, within that district, you could use this as one of your tools, or you can just see how many you're going to need to reach out to. So this isn't turned on yet, but we are in the process of trying to get it all working and running, and then this will be probably within the next month.
Yes.
In the next month, this will be
That's
turned
awesome.
on. And this is a good tool for anybody out in the audience if you want to see, like, and then we're trying to do a development layer too, so you can see the active, similar to what the utilities have. If you go to the utilities department, you can see all of their activity and where they're working and what's been approved. Same thing with development, we're going to coincide together. So you can see what projects are in working order or that's in the pipeline and everything.
That's great, Jody. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, do you have a question of staff at this point?
Thank you.
I do.
Yeah, I do. I have a few questions that she can help clarify. Would you mind zooming in there? Yeah, on those different uses. So, Jody, by way of question then, I guess, that yellow that's on there, that would be single-family duplex, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right, so
Commissioner
that would be like
Collins.
single-family homes and
Yes.
duplexes? And then the green, everywhere that it says green, that would be 3-story by right, up to 4-story with commission action, general residential office that would include uses like mixed use, where you could hypothetically have like coffee shops on the bottom,
could have-
burger joint, fancy apartments upstairs for a few stories. Would that characterize that mixed use?
Yes, sir.
Like Abacoa or City Place? And then the purple would be something similar, correct?
Yes, it'd be more
Correct.
along your corridors that are traveled, would have a little bit more higher intense travel distance.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification, Jody.
I have my light.
Commissioner Reed? I was just going to ask Jody, this GIS map, it's applicable to the entire county, right? When it's updated for this layer section, right?
So our GIS is updated through just City of Stuart. There is a layer that you can turn on for Martin County, but mainly this is geared toward, for City of Stuart. Now, we do get all our data from Martin County that-
Where's the parcels?
as far as the parcel information.
All right.
Commissioner Clark?
Okay. Thank you, Jody. This is good that we're right there with technology and that we're able to do it. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for what you're doing for city. I just wanted to comment, and I don't want to call any names, but I guess our commissioner mentioned that, you know, just like Abacoa and City Place, Abacoa and City Place, acres, large areas. We're talking about 40-foot lots. We're talking about maybe 8 or 9 lots for the block, and it's very small areas. So I don't think even with drainage and with other things, we can have Abacoa and City Place. And the current code that's there now is the East Stewart form-based code that actually has specific things, a specific way to make units, a specific way to develop something there, and it tells you what all the units are in that array along the permitted uses. And so, you know, I think it's kind of trying to engender fear to say we could put up 3 or 4 stores like Abaco and.
says, Eula.
But no, we can do that, and we can do 4 stores in Martin County.
In-
It's
in-
allowed.
Here.
It's-
Will
you
it's-
allow the commissioner to conclude
It's
her
it's
remarks?
allowed.
But it's not fair, it's what the code
Mr.
says.
Vice Mayor, will you allow her to conclude her remarks?
It's allowed to do, you're allowed to do that. But it's not a large area. East Avenue has had a pharmacy downstairs, ice cream shop, and house upstairs. There've been other places in between there that they've had lots of activity in the past, and I think when one of our members of the public came up, they talked about that. But just to it's just a very short area, and the lot sizes are very small. But again, I think if we have a problem, and I will be making that motion when it comes here, that we definitely, if there's an issue and East Stuart is going to be some big dividing line in the city of Stuart, when I thought that we were trying to talk about large areas of multifamily and large areas of development, this is a very small area. But if we need to have somebody from, like, get a consultant from Urban Land Institute in here, hire a consultant who's going to be talking to the community and somebody who they can communicate with. There are lots of African-American consultants out there. They're good people, good engineers, good teams. And if we want to do that, we've been working on the historic character of East Stuart. We've been working on collecting historic data. And so we're trying to make sure that this area is in the National Historic District. We've been working on all that. So we're trying to let the area be a good character and a good area that people are proud of. And yes, they will have shops. If they want to bring back some shops so that they can buy a cup of coffee or have a pie in East Stuart, they can do that. But it's not going to be something that's going to be overrun just because possibly Brightline may come or something else is happening downtown. We want to keep that community feel and want to make sure that the community, if it's developed, the people who have their land there for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, or for generations, that it's going to be something that is serving the people that they need. People need housing. Right. People need to have some commercial. So people need to have that opportunity. And you or I may not be the people on the commission when those things come in, but people need to have some kind of predictability. So that's why in that array of and I think Jody hasn't gotten into those uses yet, but that's why in that we have sorry, I'm Laura. When Jody, I'm sorry to point at Jody.
I'm the one who's Italian on the thing, not you.
Yeah. Well, talking with the hands, yeah. But when Jody gets to that, there's an array there, and I'm so glad that there are people here from East Stuart, and I know that the information has been put out there that they can see what the different uses are, but on a small 40-foot lot, you're not going to get an Abacoa development.
Maybe a mini. Mr. Mayor, I think that
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Mr. Vice Mayor had the floor after this.
Yes, I have a comment. So, Jody, is it true that somebody could buy multiple parcels in unified title and have a larger parcel?
Vice Mayor Collins, the way the form-based code, or the way the code is set up today that you're looking to adopt, there's not going to be an expansion to purchase multiple properties and make one unified property.
Is it true that if a developer met the 10-foot setbacks, that within that purple right there, that BMU, that they could go up to 40 feet?
So in your BMU or
Without
the
commission
business
action?
mixed use, in your form-based code today, it's got built two zones. It has differential. So it's not just a straight 4 stories. You have to sit back like wedding cake attire, if you can kind of see. So you kind of keep with the character. So you don't push all the buildings up front.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of have the commercial, and then you kind of set back a little bit and put the residential. So that was the intent of the BMU and the Grow District.
But Jody,
Mr. Vice Mayor, can I just, this is a discussion very specific to
you can
this item.
just let
Can
me,
we just,
if you could just let me just get my thoughts
can we
out.
wait till we get
Well,
to
I believe you
consider them?
should at least give the Vice Mayor as much time as you gave Commissioner Clark.
Right. You don't have
Well,
to interrupt
I'm
me.
saying he can speak at length
You
when
don't
we
have
get
to.
to
You don't
this.
have to tell me I can't speak. Would just like to just clarify this.
Well, normally during
Because these
staff
are-
presentation, we allow them to
You
finish.
just let Commissioner Clark talk a lot.
Okay.
So again, the purple, just for clarification, so we can identify what that purple and green and yellow mean. Again, yellow is single-family duplex. Green, Jody, would be up to 35 feet without commission approval, and then up to 45 feet and 4 stories with commission approval. The purple would be up to 40 feet, and then with commission action, up to 4 stories at 45 feet. As per our code, that's correct.
Based on the use table, yes.
Just for clarification, so people understand, if it's purple, it can be 40 or 45 feet with commission action. If it's green, it could be 35 or 40 feet, which is a very different story than the 1 and 2 story shops for East Stewart, barber shops and community specific. Within these different uses that are allowed, mixed use, hotels, right, apartment buildings, not just 1 and 2 story shops for the community. These are very large, intensive developments if you can meet those setbacks. So that's a point I wanted to make. I don't want to beat this to death, but specifically, that is very much an Abacoa type, city place type development in a residential neighborhood.
Staff, can you please continue your presentation?
Hold on one second. We're just going to do a little shift change.
It's a 40-foot lot. You can't do anything.
So just so you know, some of the changes were made that between the time that the agenda was published, there were some changes made that we sat down and just kind of looked at the different requirements and making sure that we weren't putting things in a non-conforming status that's existing today. Those are some of the things that when staff makes land development changes, that we have to make sure that we consider what was already approved and what has already been developed, and making sure that we don't strip property owners of their rights, their property rights, or their that what they've already enjoyed in the past. Some of these properties have been built since the 50s, the 60s. So some of those changes, and I did highlight them to make it a little easier so you wouldn't have to kind of look. So if you would just turn toward the screen instead of your packet, I'm just going to highlight some of those changes. And I can go back to where we started. As you're aware, the zoning progress went in on September 4th of 2024. At that time, the commissioners asked us to look at they had various workshops, and they asked us to look at amending certain language. And one of those was to amend lot to parcel and a parcel record to a lot of parcel, I'm sorry. It's very hard to see over here. Amend lot to parcel and a lot of record to parcel record.
Jody, I can't see this on the screen.
This is just reading from my staff report.
Okay.
This is just some of the things that we captured
I got
of
you.
what you asked staff to amend.
I got you.
So the other one was to amend the minimum parcel size from 4,356 square feet to 6,000 square feet throughout the city. Add a definition to parcel and parcel record. Reduce the number of density units from 30 units per acre to 20 units per acre, and that's in Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. Remove all shared parking requirements in each zoning district. Increase parking requirements for multifamily within each zoning district to 0.5. Remove language requiring EV chargers. Add language to ADUs only to allow one water and electric meter. Add language to allow ADUs to home-based business with a conditional use process. Only a single family approved with an approval process with East Stewart and Creek District. Remove the half units for parking requirements and the half units, and increase the shade tree calculation to multifamily from 50% to 60% coverage. So, as you can tell, the ordinance starts out, all your fun whereas. And then we get into Chapter 2.
Jody, can you fast forward to 3? I think
Sure,
that's where
I can
we
do
were going
that.
to start, just
I'm
for
just going to
the
move this
crowd.
over here real quick so I don't make you dizzy.
And then we'll go back.
Sure. Chapter 2 is very long. Okay. So this starts your Chapter 3, which is your special zoning codes, which includes the urban urban and Creek District, East Stewart, and your Ocean Boulevard overlay. So I think one of the biggest things that you're probably interested in is where a lot of these are red as changing it from lot to parcels. I do believe you're more looking at the use table in East Stewart. If I could, this is your parking requirements. I think that's mainly the focus of this conversation for for chapter 3. So it starts out on the figure ESN 08 is your permitted uses. And as you can see, the chart is developed as BMU, grow, and single-family duplex.
And just for clarification for everybody, those three are BMU, GRO, and SFD, or what?
I apologize, what did you?
Just for clarification for everybody, so they understand those three different designations for a parcel. what they
There is 3
represent.
different types of designation, and those are the colors on the chart that you saw earlier on the zoning map. So your BMU is your purple, your grow is your green, and then your
I believe the vice mayor is asking you to define them.
Yeah, just
Oh.
Business mixed use.
instead of a random acronym.
Oh, I apologize. It's business mixed use. It's, hold on, I always.
BMU is business mixed use. What is GRO?
GRO. Hold on one
Sorry, I
second.
wasn't trying to make it complicated, Jody. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay.
SFD is single family.
Single-family duplex.
Hold on. I always forget what GRO
So for
is.
context, these different sections are what's allowable in each different of those designations.
Yeah,
General
thank you.
residential office.
When you use the acronym for so long, you forget what it's.
So it's actually East Stewart Business Mixed Use, and then East Stewart General Residential Office, and then Single Family / Duplex.
Okay. So when this was the form-based code adopted this in 2023, if you see a check mark, that was approved by rights without any type of approval process. When we went through the different workshops, the board requested us to look at some type of process. And we are actually requesting to change the A to a conditional use so there's actual a built-in
there's
process.
consistency, yeah.
And it's consistent with the East Stewart and throughout the code.
Right.
So if you see a check mark,
Do you mind articulating what that means? If a certain use is by conditional use, what that would trigger, i.e. a public meeting and the community being able to have input?
so if you wanted to so let's just say you want to put multifamily in a business mixed-use district, which is right here. Right now, before it was a use by rights, but now we're asking it to be a conditional use, which requires an application through the city commission, through the city, approval through the city commission, which requires public hearings from either the CRB or LPA board.
In which the public could attend, right? The community could be a part of that process?
It
Jody?
Yes, and it
Right.
requires approval by the city commission. It also requires you to do public notices within 300 feet,
Of
place
the-
a sign on the
right.
property, and a ad in a newspaper with the
So-
specific dates.
So everybody that's around what is proposed would be made aware. You would see the blue signs, you would be notified, and then you could come and you could be involved in that process. Instead of it being without your awareness, and then the next day there's bulldozers, and it happened all behind the scenes at the city, and now there's this thing happening, correct?
That is correct.
And
So,
again-
Whoa. I dispute the characterization behind the scenes, but.
Internally.
A conditional use now requires an owner of his property
Engineer,
to hire an engineer, to hire a planner.
architect.
It becomes a quasi-judicial hearing. You have to present evidence. We're talking thousands of dollars.
$28,000.
And by the way, there is no longer, unlike anybody else in the city, there is no longer any guarantee, even if you comply to the code, that you will be allowed to do what you want.
But if the community doesn't want that 4-story thing, shouldn't that be the way that it goes? That it can be, we can say no, if it's not congruent with the neighborhood. Otherwise, nobody has a say.
Nobody has a say.
It happens,
it wasn't everything, though. It's not everything.
It's not all
that was-
uses, but
yeah.
what you'll see here is where before we made this potential change, nobody had to tell anybody. They could come in, work it within the city, and it could happen. What we're saying now is, hold on, you need to have a public meeting, and the community needs to at least be made aware that it's gonna happen, and then come and be able to be a part of that. And if, like today, everybody comes out and they're like, we don't want this, then the commission has the ability to say,
That's
that's
a
not
good thing.
appropriate for the neighborhood.
That-
And that's the nature
yeah,
of, that should be the
but it's
nature
not
of.
everything that
We have
needs it.
other commissioners who'd like to comment.
The special district that is East Stewart and trying to keep it special.
Commissioner Reed, do you have a,
Yeah, I have no problem providing comment. Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No? I've done a conditional usage before, and I don't know if Jody can go over a conditional usage application, but I believe you do not need an engineer for a conditional usage. You could actually hand sketch, you correct me if I'm wrong, Jody, I believe you can hand sketch your site plan because a conditional usage is the concept, majority. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, but I believe that's what a conditional usage is. You would then come back with a site plan for approval, and you could do that further on down the road. But a conditional usage is more of the concept of what you want to do, and then you would come back with a site plan when you were ready for that. I can try to find it so I can help you out and point you in the right direction, but it might not have to be discussed right now, but this evening would be great for the public. I'm going to look for it myself.
So this is a conditional use process. This is the application requirements.
What section?
This is 11.01.11.
Okay.
So, one, you have to go through a pre-app application,
Mm-hmm.
and then you submit the application. You have different criteria that you have to meet. It's number 5, and you have to meet all these criterias from A through J.
Do you mind characterizing those criteria? Drainage and,
Drainage, you will have to,
so they're not gonna be flooding the
you
neighbors?
allow her to answer?
yeah.
Jody, continue.
Talking to him. He doesn't want me to talk.
So as the application process, if you were the applicant, you were to propose a use that is not contrary to the established land uses in the immediate area. So all these questions would typically be answered by the applicant or whoever they choose to hire. But they do need to address every one of these. One, it to be is the proposed use would not be significantly depart from the densities or intensities use of the surrounding area and thereby increases an overtax and load on public facilities, schools, utilities, and streets, and public infrastructure. So they would typically, they would go to the different entities, like in our utilities department, they would make sure there's enough water capacity, garbage capacity. If it's a multifamily, you would have to go to the school system and making sure there's enough school capacity, and any of the infrastructure, which typically they would submit a drainage statement stating that they would not impose on their neighbors. The proposed use will not contrary to the future land use designation and not have an adverse effect on the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. Again, these are questions that the applicant would have to answer. The proposed use will, the existing district boundaries are logically drawn in relation to the existing conditions of the property proposed for change. So this is where the applicant would demonstrate that this is consistent with, if you were in East Stewart, it's consistent with your neighbors next to you. So, you know, you don't want to be building this 4-story and you have a 1-story duplex next to you. So those are some of the logic that we're looking for. You would also demonstrate that this is not going to be the use would not be a traffic congestion. A lot of times they will submit a traffic statement showing what new trips that they're going to add on to that area. They will not create drainage or stormwater problems. The proposed use will be significantly reduce light or air. We certainly don't want light pollution next to your neighbors. That's anywhere in the city of Stuart. You don't want to have light pollution if you have a commercial entity 2 doors down and they're 2 stories and you have a 1-story and the light's shining from that everybody doesn't want that. So we look at that to make sure that there's going to be typically they would have to submit a photometric plan that shows the lighting that goes out to the property lines, making sure it points out to 0, so you're not polluting on your neighbors. You're also looking at your infrastructure and make sure there's not a burden on anything. The proposed use is not out of scale. Again, that is where you're either having a 4-story next to a 1-story. So those are some of the things that we do look at as well, and they have to provide justification, and that there's no adequate sites that there is no other adequate sites of proposed use in a district, which is proposed use is permitted by right within the city. So this is where back to that table, if you didn't go through a conditional use, you would have, it's by right, everything would be by right. Here, the way that the commission is crafting it, it would all be by conditional use except for a single family.
I think that's an important point, Jody. As it stands right now today, to the point I made earlier, these protections do not exist for the neighbors. As it stands right now, the way our code is since 2004 is if somebody came in to develop, they don't have to do that, correct? They don't have to follow that conditional use process, correct, Jody?
They don't have to follow the conditional use process, but they still have to follow the guidelines that are set up in the form-based code that does have those built-to zones, the compatibility. So there is some safety mechanism that was built in the form-based code.
But the community would not be involved, there wouldn't be a public meeting.
Right, there would not be a
correct?
community involvement, no public notice unless
Correct.
it's over 50,000 square
Mr.
feet.
Vice Mayor, may I ask, we are obviously discussing this section.
Yep.
Most of the people here want to be heard with regard to that. The reason we have the process we have is that first we hear the public because we value their opinion, and then we have our discussion, rather than us sitting up here before listening to them, telling them what they, so could we
I think
just
we've,
have public comment on this
Yeah,
section?
I think we've kind of talked about this enough I'm happy to open it up to public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make one comment?
Okay, Commissioner Clark, before we turn the,
Yeah, I make one comment before the public. I don't know when you're going to bring it up, but when you do, just also explain, especially for East Stewart, about the home occupation and the addition that we're trying to add in for home occupation.
So there was a provision added to the home occupation that if you have an ADU, that prior to any of this, you weren't allowed to use your accessory dwelling unit, I'm sorry, I shouldn't use acronyms, to use as your office or or place of your business, so you don't have to leave your residence to go or rent another place. We did add a provision that you can have a office or some type of business out of your accessory dwelling unit by a conditional use as well. Now, the state did change the code back in 2021 when COVID was around, that you can have some of those businesses like hairdressing in your main house, but you cannot, and the way it's crafted is you don't have it allowable in your accessory dwelling unit. So we are adding some language that will relieve some of those, so you don't have to rent a separate space.
And I think that's an important point, is throughout each of our different zoning districts is with what we're talking about here, you can still have a home occupation. Nobody's trying to take away that
can we
ability
go
for
to
you to.
public comment, please?
Ted Witzel. I'm calling for Ted Witzel, I'm sorry.
You want to let them know to fill out a green card for public comment?
Yeah, if you want to make public comment, you need to fill out a green card, please.
Ted,
Again,
For this particular item.
Are you Mr. Ted Witzel?
no.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd rather wait and speak on chapter 2.
He is, okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Yeah, speak, sir.
speak.
Ted, you're good, man, come on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Ted Weitzel, 304 Northwest Flagler.
Could you speak into the microphone, sir, a little more directly? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about chapter 2. I'm not talking about East Stewart.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
So you want me to go now or go
Yes.
later?
Yes.
Go now?
You're up, let's go.
You're up.
Let me get a paper.
No, he's getting his paper.
We'll get there.
As I said, Ted Weitzel, 304 Northwest Flagler Avenue, Stuart, Florida. Okay. Mine is not really an objection. Mine's really a request. I'll give you a bit of background here for a minute. And that is that I think it's necessary that we continue moving forward with our project because we've been under progress with this for a long time under the present code. On September 11th, 2020, I made an offer to purchase the vacant property at 304 Northwest Flagler Avenue, Stuart. The offer was contingent on allowing me a period of 60 days for due diligence. During that period, I met with the City of Stuart staff to go over the zoning, density, parking, and other requirements that affected the value of the property. Based on my investigation, I determined what could be built on the property that would set the price that made economic sense. I closed on the purchase, hired a planner, architect, engineer, parking consultant, and other professionals to prepare plans to submit for approval to the City of Stuart. On April 6, 2021, we made a presentation to the CRA board. The Marina Hotel concept was well received. The CRA board recommended that the project move forward for approval by the City Commission. The board felt I should provide additional parking and state and federal approvals prior to being presented to the City Commission. It's taken 3 years to get the approval of the EPA, Army engineers, and FDOT to provide a walkway under the new bridge. As of this date, all the approvals have been obtained, fees paid, bonds provided, lease rent paid for the submerged land lease. In addition, a lease on the land to provide an additional 60 parking spaces within a 3.5-minute walk from the hotel has been signed and rent paid. This is in addition to the 50 parking spaces being provided on the site. Now that we've accomplished all that was recommended by the CRA board, we're ready to move forward to pull a building permit to start the building of the project. On February 13th, just a few days ago, we found out that after all the time and expense we've incurred to satisfy the city's requirements, the requirements are now being changed. To scrap what we've accomplished at considerable cost and time is not really an option. My request is that we be allowed to build the project under the code that has been in place while we've been going through this process.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't understand the problem.
Is Jody there?
Jody, for clarification, we didn't change anything with regard to hotels, so I'm confused.
Vice Mayor, he's referring to a project that was called Sportsman Marina, and they were going to build a hotel, mixed use, with parking underneath. And so that project did not move forward, and the application was expired. And at that time, they started talking to staff about a temporary parking for a marina. And they had future plans for a phase 2. So we did let them know that parking is going to change. Each use will need to be parked accordingly. But he is correct. We did have a pre-application meeting with him, but we do not have an active application with this project.
Correct, I understand.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Joseph Cooper?
Good evening, Commissioners. Joseph Cooper, 906 Southeast 9th Street. Coming to talk about, I'll try to be very brief. When we started this process, the ZIP process, it was about talking about the growth that was in the city of Stuart. So we embarked on trying to put measures in place so that we can control the growth. It went from saying we're going to control the growth in the city of Stuart to actually putting a bullseye on East Stuart. So we went from saying we're going to address these issues with multifamily and mixed-use developments that have sprouted up around the city of Stuart, and then we went from addressing those issues to saying we need to take and let's make sure we dictate what East Stuart needs for East Stuart. The folks here are very capable of coming together. I'm going to lead the charge to organize the people. So we're coming to ask the commission to put a brakes on it. While we understand that you want to protect us, I think the best protector is the people that live in East Stuart. So we want the process paused, don't make any changes to the current form-based code. Allow the residents to get together. You can pay ULI, which is Urban Land Institute. They come together, they meet all the stakeholders. The city can pay for that consultant. They bring in all the professionals. They sit down and talk to all the landowners, and they develop a plan in conjunction with the city, and then we decide holistically. But they have the manpower and they have the bandwidth to speak to the landowners and to figure out, there's a lot of different aspects of who wants what in East Stewart. But they gather all of that. They're the professionals. You guys can examine that, which they get the feedback, so they're a neutral party. So we don't have to fight among each other. Allow them. Invest in that so that the people can be heard. They can be interviewed right in their residence, and you could talk to landowners. Mr. Johnny Bell's here. The McCartys are here. And on a side note, if they want to take their land and recreate what was there, they should have that flexibility. So, but you can't tell them they can't, because it's a lot of money to develop. It's expensive. But the people, they want to remain, they want to continue to create the magic. They want to recreate the magic. They know how to recreate it because they came from that. We all came from that. So I'm imploring you guys a while, and I commend Commissioner Reed for coming in and hearing the people. And those people are here today saying, hey, we want to slow the process down, do not make a move, do not make any changes, and then allow the residents to come together and form a plan and then present it to the city. And then you can collaborate by paying ULI to do that. And then you can have a more cohesive plan that the people, whether it's the Brinkleys, whether it's the McCartys, whether it's the churches, whether it's Pastor Gore, where all the people can give an input, and then you take all those opinions, and then they put it together, the professionals. Let the professionals do it.
So you're a developer, correct?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
But I'm not going to be on the panel. But I'm a resident of East Stewart.
And so the plan is to get a bunch of developers together.
No, that's not
create
true.
the plan?
That's not true. No, that's
Okay.
wrong. It's called, so
I'm just trying to hear you, Steve.
gentrification, it occurs. You know why gentrification occurred?
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
This.
Because
This is why gentrification occurs.
It's because white folks leave the urban core, and then when it gets a little busy, they come back to the city core. That's what gentrification is. When you have urban flight, let's be true. Whether it's Overtown, whether it's Riviera Beach, when the traffic gets a little hectic, they want to come back and take what they fled from.
How about we leave this residential neighborhood alone?
you.
So no.
Leave it alone.
I was born here. I have a right to speak. My dad is 93. He built most of the roads around here. Okay, so you migrated here. Okay,
Sure.
So you don't get to tell me. No.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, because
we're
God
here
blessed
to
me.
hear them,
God
not
blessed
argue with
me.
them.
If you want to know, yeah, because God
Mr.
blessed
Cooper,
me. Yes.
Mr. Cooper, thank you.
Yes, yeah, I am, because I'm blessed.
Mr. Cooper.
You're a chiropractor, right?
I'm blessed too.
Okay, good.
Mr. Cooper.
Stay in your lane. Thank you.
Mr. Cooper. I would ask the commissioners to not argue with the members of the public who have taken time out of their day to come here and express their opinion.
Rod Peterson?
Big boys here. Okay. My name is Rod Peterson. Live on Central Avenue, 721. My grandfather is Willie Emanuel Baton Tycho. Everybody should know. I came in this community back in '77. And when I say it was a beautiful community, I'm a country boy from the Panhandle. I believe in hogs, chickens, and everything else. But the community was vibrant. I've seen so much in this community, from East Avenue to 10th Street to 7th Street at that time before MLK, and a part of Central Avenue. Very vibrant. And as a young man, I have learned so much what unity is in this community. But my understanding is that what happened to the urban code that was established in this community. I believe in growth, but let this community build its own.
Yeah.
Build its own. I respect that.
Yeah.
I respect that. They have worked so hard. Like I was telling Mr. Cooper here, I cannot tell anybody in that community. I've only been in there rooted for 12 years, but they've been here walking in this community, standing in this community, standing together. You know, I know over the years they had their little battles, you know, but that's just riffraff. But what is the percentage of the landowners or the property owners ever went to jail? What is the percentage? It's no percentage. That I can probably, what, 2% of somebody just kicking somebody or something? The neighbor getting mad of taking some collard greens or whatever. But I'm just saying some real people that own property went to jail there. It's a lot of riffraff coming through there. I can be a nuisance every day to call. But I'm not gonna be calling because it'll be too much to be calling. But the growth need to be within and heard and within of this community, from the McHardys, from the Bells, from the Gores, and for the whole community. Need to be heard. Need to be heard. They need to develop in. But this right here is unheard of. Go to Atlanta, where I'm from, where I was raised my kids, that's all day long. But this right here, a group home, a drug home, I mean, it was right down the street. I had to grab a man about to stab me. 3 o'clock in the morning. I ain't pressed no charges or anything. I restrained him. But I know he was, you know, he broke out somehow and he went and done drugs or whatever. But at the end of the day, why would you have this here in that community?
Correct.
There's nowhere else. It's not in Old Palm City. You might have little group homes that is out into, I say, the mansions, but that's dealing with insurance and stuff like that. But I'm talking about group homes that'll disturb the community. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson. Thank you.
Sanders Coleman.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. Good evening. My name is Sanders Coleman. I live down on Martin Luther King Boulevard, 927 Martin Luther King Boulevard. And I commend you on the wonderful job you did down there with those, with the property down there, with the wonderful houses that was built instead of a duplex. Yes. And y'all came up with a good compromise on it, 3 on 6th Street and 3 on 7th Street. And one thing I need to let you know, we need a red light down there because of the traffic. Okay, with East Stuart, this is all the blacks have in East Stuart. They're not rich people. Those houses they built down where I live at, they went for $450,000 a piece. And people in East Stuart don't have that kind of money. And they should have to say so what goes on in their community, period. Because what goes on there affects them. It affects their wallet. It raises their property taxes up. And they're struggling now just to try to meet ends meet because the price of eggs is going through the roof, all right? And I'm sure, just like you compromised down there where I live at, Palm Beach Road and Martin Luther King Boulevard and 7th Street, I think you could come up with a good compromise for East Stuart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robin Cartwright.
Good evening, Commissioners. Got weirdly quiet. That's a little uncomfortable. But I am not a resident of East Stuart, though I do live across the street. And as we all know, I am passionate about what this community looks like and what our community thrives on. And I am so grateful to absolutely everybody here. This is amazing. But there seems to be a lot of misinformation that's being thrown around. And it's been stated that if the commission votes to approve the new zoning, the property owners will lose their rights to develop their property. And that is not true. Listen, I don't completely agree with Commissioner Collins on what his vision and what he wants to see, but he's not wrong about the negative impact of form-based code when it comes to any part of the city, especially East Stuart. If we enforce the zoning that should be, What's being suggested is that projects that are not congruent to the area and need exceptions are presented for public input and commission approval. East Stuart needs to be protected from developers who will gobble it up and properties and develop by right. And before we create any significant changes, then we need way better infrastructure, especially drainage and parking, especially in East Stuart, than what currently exists. Ideally, we would restore land use and zoning that will give the citizens of East Stuart an opportunity to comment and influence what is built in their neighborhood. Property taxes are already at an all-time high, and we pay more in taxes, and we do not get better or more service. Our increased taxes are being used to subsidize all new development and infrastructure needed to support it. Increased housing prices only make our taxes go up more. And someone with an investment property more than likely will increase their rent to keep up with the surrounding market rates. And things like that are what gentrifies an area. They price out people who currently live here. FYI, increased housing prices and higher rents do not equal neighborhood stability, and they do not equal sustainability. And it's weird how certain people, like developers or people who work for developers and people who are connected to Brightline, are on board pushing for this specific thing with no regard to gentrification that it's going to create. And I get it, it's a profitable opportunity for some people. But greed shouldn't supersede the quality of life and affordability of an area, and we are responsible to one another. East Stuart is a historic neighborhood, and the plans to develop it should honor that. And the zoning in progress needs to have meaningful changes that benefit the individual communities and the community as a whole, and East Stuart deserves that.
Thank you, Robin.
David Foster.
Commissioners, David Foster, 119 Southwest Linden Street, Stuart. I'm here to echo concerns over the zoning in progress and to urge slowing down on some of these changes. My grandfather spoke earlier. We've been working diligently on a project that is fully self-funded by local residents up on the north side of the bridge. And the intent, as he stated, was to provide hotel, marina, more boat slips, which are needed. There's about a 3-year waiting list on every boat slip in the city. Last time I checked, a couple weeks ago. And as he stated, we have been here before we left to address some very critical things like parking. Parking is a big problem throughout the city, and some of these proposed changes to code negatively impact projects like ours, where we have spent considerable time, effort, and money to come up with creative ways to park mixed-use facilities like the one we're trying to make. We're not trying to add more residential units, which per the proposed code, that would be an easier way for us to go. We're trying to provide amenities to the residents of the city, to visitors, to the residents of the city. And it's just been very difficult to do so when the goalposts move. So what we're asking for is to take another look at these proposed zoning changes, take some time, reflect, and get some more input from the community. Thanks.
Albert Brinkley.
My name is Albert Brinkley. My address is 815 Central Avenue. And I want you all to understand that very clearly. 815 Central Avenue. Why do I say that? Because this code allowed the gutter to be in my neighbor's backyard. This code allowed us to be disturbed every morning because of this form-based code. I go back from the time this subject came up. I'm sitting in the back in the same building, and I hear the one sitting up here saying, let's combine East Stuart and the Creek District. If you all don't know the Creek District, that's across the railroad track, Colorado Avenue, US 1. That was said from up there, let's combine. And Pete Watson, I'll say it again, sitting up there right where Commissioner Collins was, and his words was, you all need to understand what East Stewart is. East Stewart is a residential community. Creek District is a business district. Why in the world do you all want to combine the two? And this same plan that you all don't know, I find offensive that you want to change East Stewart name without the residents' approval. I find it offensive when I look at that charrette and it says that the north side of East Stewart, you all, is not part of East Stewart. That including the baseball field. That including where you want to put bright line. That is in East Stewart. I find it offensive because I had to play baseball on that field on the weekend when I had to go upstairs during the weekday, go in our hallway, look upstairs and look at the white folks playing during the weekday. I find it offensive because the whole Martin Luther King is in East Stewart. It is in East Stewart. There's no separation with Martin Luther King. Whole Martin King, and I reiterate it again, even where you want to put bright line, that is in East Stewart. I find it offensive when you want to tell us, when we told you all many times right up here, even in meetings, that we did not want farm-based code, what it was going to do to the community. I'm sitting on the historical board, and I find it offensive sitting on a board that's supposed to be preserving East Stewart, and at the same hand, you're trying to destroy East Stewart. What you gonna do? Preserve or destroy? It's no in between. I find it offensive when we said we don't want our roads smaller when they're already smaller, and you want to put us like Colorado. I find that offensive when you don't want to listen to us, and I done stood here many a days right here. When this was coming about, I said, you all need to listen to the people of the community. I find it offensive when we said we didn't want the farm-based code, and you did it anyway. That is offensive. Why? Because of where it is. You wouldn't do that in a white community. That is a racial component that's straight out racist. Because you wouldn't do that nowhere. The gutter company wouldn't be there if it was in a white community. And I ask you, what you're trying to do to us, would you do it in your neighborhood? Absolutely not.
Thank you, Mr. Brinkley.
And it's wrong. It is time you all start listening to us. And I said to everybody, start coming up here. You'll know the truth. You'll know the truth. Don't listen to lies. I know the truth because I'm up here. And a lot of stuff that's been said is not so.
Thank you, Mr.
Start coming up
Brinkley.
to these meetings. Y'all need to start listening to the people of the community.
Miss Betty Brinkley?
Yes.
Good evening again, and thank God for Jesus again. Thank you, Jesus.
Amen.
I was saying something about it's like racial. I don't deny it. And then it comes down money, 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 money. The almighty dollars. That's all you're about. Don't care about people's livelihood. You know, I worked hard to get the house where I get. 35 years making hardly nothing at a job, a government job, Martin County School Board. They wasn't paying me nothing, but I managed by the grace of God to get it. Then you want to come over there and say, yank it out my goddamn hand, say I'm not entitled to it because what? I'm in a predominant black neighborhood. It's a mixed neighborhood. Then you want to come out there and snap it for your own purpose. I'm alleged somebody supposed to be, I don't know how to treat it, is alleged a group of real estate. One of y'all supposed to be connected with that. I don't know how to treat it. That's the rumor going around. Then I know what that is about. It's about the money. You don't care about human life. but I still say thank God for good. And another thing, back in 2002 stuff, me and my late brother-in-law, God bless his soul, we got together, came before the city commission, fighting against what the changes they trying to do. We fought for years, but nobody listened, nobody cared, cause who we were. Nobody cared. And all the city commission back in the day. And another thing, this East Stuart, back in the days, went from railroad track all the way down by J.D. Parker, from Christian Way all the way to East Ocean. Then all of a sudden, here you come with this zoning. Then all of a sudden, it went from the railroad track to Palm Beach Road, from Martin Luther King to 10th Street. Now, allegedly, it's from the railroad track to Top Horn. What about the rest of it? Where is East Stuart? Please, where is East Stuart? What you call East Stuart now? Where is East Stuart? Every time I turn around, it's a change, a code to change. That is to push us on out. But God is a good God. He sits high, and he watches the evil stuff you're doing. We all gonna have to pay a price to that old man of God. We're gonna have to pay. We're gonna suffer the consequence at Judgment Day.
Johnny Bell?
Good evening. My name is Johnny Bell. Live on 914 Southeast Hall Street in Stuart. I've been a resident of this community for 78 years, and I've seen it from the beginning almost to the end. First of all, I've been involved as an activist, and I've been involved in setting the urban code for East Stuart. I chaired the committee. All homeowners were notified, and there were meetings held at St. Monica's Church. So the urban code sets the tone for East Stuart, as far as I know, if there's any difference. It was planned to keep East Stuart a community. East Avenue was designed because of the heyday when it was segregated and they had businesses there, and so it was still designed to keep that aspect of it. Now, I'm alarmed when you said that that allows for 4-story or other buildings to come in.
45 feet. 40 feet.
Now, that needs to be amended. At 4, we've been bombarded by outside people trying to rezone East Stuart, especially East Avenue. And I've been active in stopping those rezonings. They wanted to rezone it to a PUD. I did research on a PUD. PUD was originated in London. It was designed to get rid of. And that includes us. So I'm standing here saying, I got a couple of questions. Give me some clarification. We okayed the code, the code change on Martin Luther King Boulevard. That's all, as far as I know. There's no other changes, am I correct?
10th Street, Tar Pond, Bahama, all to the west of East.
What?
Is all BMU and GRO. All that I said, that 3 and 4 story, 40 feet.
Okay, those are the proposed changes?
That's what's right now unless we change.
Well, who okayed that? When did it, we were told it was just Martin Luther
2004,
King.
the East Stuart
And
Master
we
Plan.
continuously ask the question, just Martin Luther King, not East Stuart.
I know. They changed it.
Who changed it?
The city.
Previous commissions. That's the East,
Well, see, that's not right.
that's the East Stuart code.
Who was notified? I'm a homeowner, I wasn't notified of the
We had
change.
several meetings on that.
Sir,
Yeah, but
if
that,
we-
that wasn't okay. Okay, but that's
If we
what it
engage in
is.
lengthy discussions with every member of the public, it'll be
yeah.
here forever.
All right, so,
But you can ask your questions,
We'll
and we'll
get
be
to
happy to get back to you individually.
okay, I'm asking the question. As far as I was understood, it was still under the East Stewart Urban Code. East Stewart, and all they actually changed was Martin Luther King for the form base.
That's, I don't.
That's all supposed to be
We can always
changed.
clarify it with
We'll
you, Mr.
clarify.
Bell.
I'll make
Thank
a
you.
point.
Thank you.
But
If you'll let
we
me
will
proceed.
oppose that.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Historically,
That's why we're slowing it down.
Historically, the entire neighborhood except for East Ave and then MLK, that was
Mr.
B1.
Vice Mayor, we're in the
Within that,
public.
within that B1, there was even an R1 single-family home. Everything else was zoned R3, which includes single-family homes and duplex.
Madam
Everything
Clerk,
else.
next
Until
public speaker,
2004, that got
Vice
changed.
Mayor,
Margaret Bromfield?
you will have all the opportunity to speak when we're done listening to the public.
Oh, God. Help us, Jesus. Guide us.
Good evening again. My name is Margaret Bromfield, 1201 Southeast Sandollar Lane. As I sit here and I listen to the for or against the changes, it becomes very clear to me that East Stewart is a gem. So I hereby echo to the residents of East Stewart to get involved, to the churches in East Stewart, get involved, help to educate the residents of East Stewart. To the city, I say educate the residents, give people a chance. You guys are elected to serve the public. It's not your personal interest. So I still think there needs to be more education. Thank you.
Charles Jones?
Commissioners, again. Well, here we go, round two. It does not take a whole day to recognize sunshine. All of us, at least those of us from the East Stewart community, we should be happy for Commissioner Collins. Because when they put up maps, when they talk to us in terms that we do not clearly understand, and you're just having the wool pulled over your eyes because you don't fully understand exactly what they're talking about, you need someone to lay it out bare for you. So I appreciate you for that. Thank you. Y'all need to understand, just look around you and see what is happening. You can see it with your own eyes, all of us who have grown up in this area. You see the development that is happening. You see the areas that they've gotten rid of. You see the growth right around Martin County. No one is a fool. It does not take a whole day to recognize sunshine. So what do you think is going to happen to our neighborhood? The community is gone. The community is being turned over. Where will East Stewart be in 20 years? There will be no East Stewart.
Got a plan for it.
There will be none. Who's going to be able to afford to live here? It's not going to be us. I travel. I go to places. I've seen historic places. Do you know what historic places are? They're tourist areas. They're tourist areas. They're not for the people that grew up there. They're not for the people that live there. They're for the people that have money. So ask yourself this: are you willing to sacrifice yourself now for tomorrow just because Stewart can be a place where tourists can come? That's what is happening before our eyes. Yes, it is. I thank you. People want to say, hey, it looks disjointed. Oh, you two are fighting and bickering. No, it looks like someone has someone's interest in mind. That's what it looks like to me. I don't need to get up here and holler, and you'll have to forgive me because I'm passionate. But to me, it is pretty obvious between the haves and the have-nots and what the future lies. East Stewart community is ours. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Let me say that again. East Stewart community is ours. But things are being done to take it away from us and to take it over our heads. We have to do everything we can to fight that. Don't let it happen. Don't let it happen. Show up. Have a voice. Say something. We are the ones who put the officials.
Amen.
It is us. So you have to listen to our will. These things that are being done behind our backs and these meetings that happen and choices that are being made, that's not what we want. That's not what we want. Do we? No. Well, there you have it. Show up. Let's have action. And again, Commissioner Collins, I
That's why
thank
you're
you.
here.
Thank
That's why
you.
you're here. That's why you're here.
Commissioner Reed.
Oh, Sean.
Kimberly
Yeah, I gotta
McCarty?
put Clark in there too. All right, let's go. Who say we have to?
Kimberly McCarty, 5772 Southeast 47th Avenue, Stuart. My family has strong roots in this community, stemming back to the 1900s. Over the years, we've purchased property in the area, and it has remained in our possession despite consistent increasing offers from various developers to sell. So hundreds of years. Changing the code would limit the flexibility that we as landowners, like my family, would have to develop their properties without obtaining permission from the board. We don't have access to unlimited resources, therefore many of our lots have remained undeveloped. Rather than choosing between the two current options, either all single family or what the current code is there no middle ground? So that landowners like ourselves can keep our property and develop it, funnel money into our community to help us develop our property. My family's been here for generations. And the community knows our family. So I think they know that we have our community in our best interests. I'm just gonna say this on a more personal note. Commissioner Collins, you called my family land barons. And I'm deeply offended by that comment because it implies that money is our motivation. Were that the case, we would have sold a long time ago.
I don't mean any disrespect to you.
So we have genuine love.
Stakeholder.
We have genuine love for our community. My Uncle Johnny, my cousin Charles, my Uncle James, my cousin James. So all we're trying to do is look out for what's in the best interest of our community as well. As I said, if we were in it to make money, we could have sold a long time ago, but we know what Stuart was like. My grandfather lived 98 years Bahama Avenue. My grandmother, Ruby Bell, has a home on MLK. We have a heart for the community. We're not selling to the land developers. We want to do something for our community ourselves. We would like to hold on to our property and maybe put in duplexes or something like that. So if there's some type of middle ground that we could come to so we're not deprived of, we've paid taxes for years on our property and we would like to keep it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Pittman?
Hi, I'm Kathy Pittman. My address is 1028 Southeast 14th Street, so I am all of your neighbors. I agree with everything I've heard tonight. I personally have a stake in this because I feel like the city of Stuart does not take care of their residents. As the city attorney sits there, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. I had a $100,000 lien placed against my property because of some rotten soffit, which I had changed and corrected, but they didn't believe me when I showed them the proof. So here I had a $100,000 lien against my property, and I don't think any of the commissioners are aware that this is going on in the city of Stuart. And I think it's primarily because I have an older house. If you guys notice, all the new homes, the row houses that are going up, yeah, I have a double lot. They could take my property, cut it in half, and build 2 row houses and make a ton of money off of it. So I fought it, but I didn't win. And that's okay. But I want you guys to know that this is going on. I own a business in the city of Stuart as well. I also worked on Cortez, where my father-in-law opened up his insurance agency 60 years ago. So my family is an old Stuart family. They don't discriminate against, you know, if they don't like your property or they don't like you or whatever, they come after you. So yeah, I have a bone to grind with them, but I also don't want to see our little city turned into, like what you referred to, a city place. That is not our city. That is not who we are. I've lived in this town for 40 years. I felt very disrespected. Nobody would return my calls. I finally had to threaten that I was going to call my state senator. And I own a business and own a property here in town. I pay my taxes. I do what I'm supposed to do, and that's how I get treated. And I'm sure other people here have also had liens placed against their property for very stupid reasons, unnecessary reasons. And I don't know that anybody's fought back, but I will be in this room every night until something changes in our city. And change is not. We're already dealing with the Bright Line traffic. It takes me 30 minutes to get from my house off of Palm Beach Road to my office over in the Regency Plaza. Should it be like that? No. Can we do not? No, we can't do anything about that because it's federal. But now you want to open up a station and make it even more difficult for us? We have enough to deal with as it is. So I implore you to listen to the residents and do as they're asking, not what you want to do to line your own pockets.
Frank McChrystal. Maybe you walked out.
Dear Lord, thank you for this lovely evening. Hear a lot about consultants and planners and all that. I'd like to again thank the commission majority for not buying what the elites, the globalist elites, have been selling for a long time. Transit-oriented development, 15-minute cities, multimodal pathways, all these code words for we, the elites of this planet, know what's best for you, and we hate the idea that Americans just might still, the American worker just might still hang on and have a little house to live in and a little yard for their kids to play in. That's not sustainable. No. We're going to pack you all into tight spaces, and we're going to make sure you take the train and get rid of the evil car. Okay? And I want to thank this commission majority for understanding all that all the way to the top. And when you hear people asking for more consultants and more experts to come in and help us, please understand this. The entire second layer of bureaucracy that has been running things, all right, just below our elected officials who are supposed to run things, they've all been indoctrinated by their college professors. Where do you think they learned their trade? They learned it from these globalist elites and this beautiful plan they have for all of us. So, for this commission majority to understand that, I will always thank you. To the people of East Stuart, this has been a wonderful exercise, and I would hope that finally, I've been asking you guys for a long time, you need to look up at this right here and understand you have 3 friends up there. Okay? And it's not an atheist, and it's not someone with a Jamaican accent. Okay? Straight up. Straight up. All right. Thank you very much.
Jimmy Wilson.
How y'all doing? I'm Jimmy Wilson, 801 Tarp Barn. I bowed my head for respect. All these names you named, Gores, Davis, Bells. I was a little pup growing up. We looked at them men, we respected them. They took care of their family, they took care of their home, and every last one of them will tell you, we respected them growing up. and I sit back and talk to them, they tell me stories. How Stuart Alternative was a black school. They couldn't go over there nowhere. So all the people in Martin County had to go to that school. And the reason why I'm mad about that, because look what they turned that school into. That should be pure history. Everything that is history about this city, East Stuart, that is black and proud, what should be, you're destroying.
Working on it.
You've destroyed. And now it's time to take the city and time to take the property after you done destroyed the history and the culture of that community that I call. These men here are strong black men. That's how I grew up to be who I am. Charles Joe, that's how he grew up to be who he is. They went to work every day. Like young man said, they ain't go to jail. We saw a lot of people who did. We saw both types of lives. Going to jail, being a husband and a wife, and doing the best to take care of your family. And now I see these men grow up, riding around, enjoying what they work hard for. I admire that. I love that. That would give me. And I know those things what inspires a black community. The little things. And now you sitting up here so disrespectful for what I look for at these men. How y'all talk to them. How y'all pull the wool over their head. All because they want to trust you to show us that you don't have to come up here and be like this. You can handle your business a different way. You can handle your business the legit way. You can handle your business like this, and what you do, pull a wool over their head. And to me, that is so disrespectful to some of the people I grew up and look up to, as far as who grew up in this community. And it's more of me that feels that way, especially anybody my age and older who grew up and respect these young men. I'm going to call them young. Sorry, sirs. Y'all know I respect y'all. And to say that, now you come in and doing all this, do you even understand the black culture of a community? You doing all this stuff that's going to change that. Just like you took away all the history of this community. It was a building in East Stuart, a white building. We used to grow up, ooh, that's the scary house. Ooh, there go the, ooh, look up there. That's the ghost. That was our little thing for kids. And that's my memory.
Rosa Studemeyer?
Hello again.
My name is Rosa Stoudemire, Rosa Jacob Stoudemire. I wasn't going to come up here because I have a little toothache, but I need to say this. All of you that's sitting on this board up here, you're not from here, the majority of you, right? You don't live here. We live here. All of these people here, we are East Stuart. We know what we need in East Stuart. We have some very, very intelligent people sitting in here, know exactly what we need. All we have to do is get together, like we said down at the church last night. Put our heads together, tell you all what we want. That should be your first question, to ask us what it is that we need. What do we want? How we want to have East Stuart. My grandmother, God rest her soul, she worked on the flower farm all her life, on her knees, providing for us. And then that home that we are in, if it had not been for her, we wouldn't have a home. So now, out of respect, you all are up here. If it was you, everyone up here, would you want it to happen to you? Would you want to go home and somebody tell you the same thing? No. Put yourself in our place. Just put yourself there to see how we feel. You go home, you rest at night. You go home, you sit and you talk among your family and say, what? We go home disgusted and we are aggravated, not knowing how things are gonna go on our street. Right now, you put those homes up there. I used to work for this person that was in real estate, 8.5 years. They took me, say, Rosa, you're our Rosa. And when I went to them, I didn't know who my neighbor was talking about. See, but when you go to God, God shows you these things. I knew one Hartman. I went to him. I said, Rick, this is what's going on. I said, how can it be? He said, Rosa, he said, what are you talking about? So I told him about you guys wanted to put duplexes on our street. On 5th Street, you wanted to put homes. What's that telling us? That's racial. I said, no, we can't have that. He said, Rosa, I'm going to go back up there and tell them that you all don't want it. The thing you should have done was come to us in the community, ask us what it is that we want. We are very, very intelligent people. We know what we want. We work like a dog right now trying to keep what we have. And I do not want to see my grandmother's house be put up from some high rises. People stand beside us, like rapists. You'd already put those blue houses out there. You don't know what those people are about. You used to tell us who was coming. You don't tell us anything now. And so now we have to watch our kids walk the street so scary, they can't even go out and play by themselves anymore. You guys, I don't even know you like that, but I believe you got children, you got grandchildren. You worry about your kids. If you don't, something must be wrong with you. But what I'm saying, put yourself in our place. Know what we want. Think about it. You can't make the decision for us. We have a mind that we can make this decision. Just think about it. God is up there. He's looking at you. We the one put you up here, and we can take you out of there. So think about it. Don't come around here when it's voting time to talk about this, and this, and you don't do nothing. You're trying to take our place. Take our homes. Take what we have made for ourselves. So now I'm through. Because you know what? At the end of the day, I gave it to God. God gonna work it out his way.
Amen.
Miss Sandra Peterson?
Hello, my name's Sandra Peterson. I live at 721 Southeast Central Avenue. I just have a question for y'all. What does it take for us, the property owners, landowners, to receive information about when things are going to be changed, like they went through the zoning change and we didn't know anything about it? There's a lot of elderly folks out there that can't run a computer. Family members don't bring them the information. Is there anything that we can receive in the mail that going on, that know about the information that's going on, to let us know something that's going on with rezoning, instead of just having it without us knowing anything about it? So
That's what we're trying to do.
okay, all right. So I'm actually saying, when we receive paperwork in the mail, I'm just saying this and that and this, or not just by coming here to do the meeting.
We're trying to make sure if somebody makes a change there, that you see that blue sign and you get notification.
Okay.
So you can come in and speak to it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Walter Lloyd?
Good evening, Commissioners. Just like one of the previous, my name's Tom Lloyd, 150 Southwest Cabana Point Circle. And just like one of the previous speakers mentioned, I do want to thank not only Commissioner Collins, but Commissioner Giobbi and Commissioner Reed, because I've been coming to these meetings for a while, probably not as long as many of you, but I have watched how these things work. I've watched how money drives decisions, and then concern for the public drives. We got a lot of the previous commissioners. We got a couple that are here now that represent that same mentality. And we've got a lot of them out there in the community that are still working to make their agenda happen. So I'm going to ask the community to listen and the commission to listen to who's coming to oppose this change, this zoning in progress, to put it back like it was. Listen to who's opposing it. I've heard from a developer that came up here who, by the way, had no problem building a Costco right in my neighborhood. Traffic, what's the benefit for the community? Some jobs. But traffic's going to come from all around the region. It's going to congest it. It's going to make it horrible. We brought experts in. Nobody listened to them. Said we couldn't be experts, but approved it. But, you know, it's the money. It's all about the money. And they'll build a Costco in your neighborhood if they can, if it means a few dollars in their pocket. So I'm all for, and I would like to reiterate, the changes that are being made to go back to protect this community. I'm not a member of that community, but I am an outsider looking in. I understand what can happen based on, like I said, the Costco and all that went on. So I'm saying, if you stuck with the form base, you're going to have no input. Somebody had mentioned, is there anything in between? That's what we're going for. Conditional use will give you a say-so in what happens in your community. And it doesn't mean that what you ask for you won't get. So anyway, if we're going to delay this, I would say let's do it solely for the purpose of getting this community's input. Let's don't allow outside experts to come in and give us at our expense advice that isn't their input. And then also the suggestion that those outside experts come in and get paid for by our taxpayer dollars. I don't know where that came from. But anyway, I do want to thank you guys, and please stand your ground, make this happen. We're going to make changes. It's going to be easier for you. We'll make the changes we need to.
Thank you.
Susan O'Rourke?
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm Susan O'Rourke,
We could just hire you right now. You're
a
here.
mother
Consultant.
and a resident of the city of Stuart, have been for 24 years. I just want to say two things. One, I am a professional engineer, which you know I am retired. I would like to say that
Congrats.
I have a little bit of concern from the standpoint of who's pulling the wool over whose eyes.
Of course.
This code that we have today in East Stuart
Mr. Vice Mayor.
has been in place since 2004, and yet we haven't seen any of the things that Mr. Collins has shown. And I think that back when this all occurred and the people were having the meetings, there were different visions that the form-based code can allow. It has the flexibility to do what Mr. Collins has suggested, but it also has the ability to do things that the property owners and the residents want to see. So there was a couple of speakers who talked about the common ground, because I fear that this is pulling the wool over people's eyes, that people who have invested in their real estate, who have invested in their homes, who've been there for generations, they had a concept of what they might like to see, and perhaps this doesn't do it. So I do think that before something like this is voted upon, that you do get to the meetings of the mind and let's see if what the vision that people have in that community can be done with this process. And if it cannot be done, then you should have a meeting of the minds and make a tweak to this. The second thing I have is just a very technical issue. I would like to see some more flexibility with the parking. I understand that people have a problem when there's no parking. When I was on the LPA, I had suggested to the planning department at the time that we were giving away parking and that we should do something different than we were doing. I just don't think we take a tool that's useful, like shared parking or off-site parking or in lieu parking, and limit it to the way that you're doing now. It's going to hurt the opportunities, and not only in East Stuart, but throughout the city of Stuart. I do have a former client who no longer pays me, so I'm up here just because I think it's the wrong thing to do. I think those tools need to be out there, and I'd like that to be revisited as a part of the delay. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan.
Mayor, I have no more public comment.
Oh, wow.
Ask if there's anybody else.
Do we want to make a decision on just this section, or allow staff to continue to present on the entire thing, and then?
This might be a point to take a
Break.
Take a break.
Sure, let's
5
take a break.
minutes, 5 minutes.
No, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll recess until, it's 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
8:20. Thank you. Hey.
Yes, sir. Ryan.
It's kind of like we vote on the budget. Who is it? Doesn't matter, sure.
Pull my chair out and push me in and stuff.
Oh, were you dating?
Why we're here.
Do you have to do the APA? I know, and that's, oh. This does it all. So that must be new because I didn't have any of that.
We'll do it at the
I
beginning.
had Grammarly, which I was just fixing my grammar.
Comment on this? Open up. Do you want to let everybody know if they have a comment?
Just tweak some.
If you're going to do public comment again?
One more public comment.
It's just one. It's
Okay.
Perla?
Take it now.
Is it something we have to pay for?
I know.
Okay, let's go. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have one more public comment we'll
When I write
take.
my staff report sometimes.
Quiet, please, quiet, so we can get going.
Michael Bundetti, or Bendetti, sorry.
Good evening. Mike Benedetti, 6 Periwinkle Circle in Stuart. I talked about this last time briefly about the asking to include salons, barbershops, and cosmetology into the R3 district. I just want to clarify my position on that, mainly because a Florida statute, I think it was after COVID, was in 2021, that they allowed cosmetology places to operate out of a house. And in the R3, one of the hangups was probably that, it's part residential also. But through the statute, they're already allowed to do that, so it's kind of already a permitted use through the Florida statutes. But so, I was just bringing it up again for you to consider adding it as a permitted use, not to rezone everything, just add a permitted use for salons and barbershops. Because I would imagine before the Florida statutes changed, that they couldn't operate salons and stuff out of residences, but, that was before 2021, so this has probably been way before that, so I was just bringing that up one more time, just for consideration. Thank you.
Commissioner Giobbe?
Yes, Dr. Benedetti reached out to me today, and basically, I know some of the commissioners were concerned because of the adding of salons to the R3 district would then include salons in a residential district. But it was brought to my attention that the Florida Administrative Code, Chapter 61G 520.002, contains a requirement that allows homes to have salons in their homes, so that fear that I think some of the commissioners had really doesn't exist, because if you have a home, you could certainly turn around and put a salon in there. And I have to say, one of the things we want to encourage, and we always talk about, are small businesses, keeping businesses, looking for businesses, small businesses to come to Stuart. This is an opportunity to have that, and to just add to that R3 code, salon. And I think, well, I don't know if Jody's still here, but she may not be.
Hey, there she is.
There she is.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hello. And that might be the one thing that is the addition, is just add the type of businesses, and it would be salon. Currently, cosmetologist, massage, they're all in that list. So I think just adding a salon, allowing a small business to flourish and go forward, is something that, that's what we're supposed to be doing.
Okay, Commissioner Giobbe, could I just ask Mr. Baggett to perhaps explain why that might not may seem simple, but what would actually be entailed for us to make that change?
Well, we can't do it now as part of this. I mean,
No,
we would
I'm
have to come back.
asking for, yeah.
But I think his problem is he's in an R3 zoning, and the statute that the administrative code that you were referencing pertains to in your home. It's not in his home that he's wanting to do the
Oh,
salon.
no, I understand
So
that.
it's not apples and apples, it's apples and oranges. So, yeah, I mean, if you wanted to add a use that's currently not a use in R3 district, we would have to do a change.
I wasn't trying to compare apples to apples. I was actually saying you have oranges in the residential area where you can put a salon in your home. And we're saying, well, we can't put a salon. Some of the commissioners were concerned because then it would allow residents to have salons, but they can have it anyway if it's their residence. They're a business. We're just asking to add it to the list. And I think that is simpler than than we've made it to be. I just think it just got out of context. I think maybe some of the commissioners didn't understand, and that's what I'm asking for. Maybe on the next motion for the next meeting, we could put that on there.
But we would have notice requirements, Mr. Baggett, and
Correct, and it would be like 2 readings like we've done this, and potentially it'll have to go to an advisory board. So.
correct.
it-
That's a big change.
Okay, but do I need to make a motion to request that we do the change, or we talk about the change?
Discussion.
Yeah, Commissioner
Bring it up.
Reed?
Yeah, I wanted to, I have no problem talking about the R3. So R3, the designation is called R3 residential, multifamily, or office. I looked up the cosmetology thing really quick, and it says, can I operate a licensed cosmetology salon out of my home? It says, yes, you can operate the salon out of your home as long as the salon facilities are separated from the living quarters by a permanent wall. There must be a separate entrance to the salon other than through the living quarters. So, you know, not to reiterate, but basically what the city attorney and what some have said, it's for home-based business. And if we amended the land development code, which, how it's being asked, you could do it in residential neighborhoods then, which would, you know, you would meet that requirement, but I think the difference was yours was an office trying to add the verbiage to R3 residential, and there could be potential other ones, but I know you could have done a PUD, I believe, like we discussed last time, and that was my only concern. I understand what they're doing. The salon was more out of your house to be like one client in, I would imagine, one client out instead of, you know, and I'm just stating it, just, that's probably what the reasoning was behind it, instead of you having more than one chair in
Right.
another area outside of your home.
Right, but
This
my,
isn't in his home, it's in
right,
his.
right, but my thought
Correct, and
process
that
was
was the
that
difference.
because there's many similar services like massage therapy and all these others that can operate in R3, it's kind of strange that the salons and barbershops and specialty is not allowed in R3 like that. It's odd.
It's because the R3 is in residential neighborhoods, that's why.
Right, but whereas you can have a salon in a residential neighborhood.
Correct, one in, one out.
Okay, I don't think we want to have a lengthy discussion with everybody.
I have no
He has
problem.
made he's made his wishes known. He's spoken with one of the commissioners, and we can investigate would
Yeah,
be.
Mayor Rich, I wasn't finished. I was gonna let him know you could come back, and I think it could be discussed more in detail. I just didn't want to be cut off. Thank you.
Right, I'm
Okay.
sorry,
Thank
excuse
you.
me, Commissioner Reed.
Thanks. I can communicate very well. Thanks, Rich.
I think Dane, did you have a comment too? You were asking me about comment before the break. Yes, you can comment. There you go. He's ready.
I just feel like the new code, or the formless code, is pretty much like punching everybody in East Stewart in the face, in my opinion. I just don't see how it couldn't gentrify the whole area. I don't know if you guys have ever traveled or seen the effects of gentrification and what this is going to do, but that's exactly what it's going to do. There's all these terms being thrown, like CR. I don't even know all the terms, but this is pretty much a meeting about saving East Stewart or completely destroying it. That's the only thing this meeting's about, or this section, I should say. And I just really seriously hope we don't go with this formless code, and I'm praying for East Stewart. God bless.
So do we want to make a decision regarding this
No other
section?
public comments?
Or go through, you have any additional public comment?
I have none.
Did we go through the entire East Stewart form-based code, or did we just focus on
We
the
just kinda hit
permitted
this
uses?
chart.
We just hit,
Or-
this seems to be the only one that perhaps we might want to consider in a different
Can
manner.
I have a question on the East Stewart Code. Is it time for
Certainly,
me to ask a
Commissioner Clark,
question?
yes, go ahead.
I was gonna ask Miss, the same thing that you have up there now, which is figure ESN 08, permitted uses in the East Stewart neighborhood. Ms. Kugler. So you have down to home occupation. So that's the first part on the residential uses. And then we have the business, multifamily and, business and multifamily. And then we have the general and the residential and office. And then we have the single family and duplex. So when we have the black check marks, Ms. Kugler, those black check marks are what is in the adopted code as a permitted use. That's what this table is showing. Is that correct? By right. Yes, a permitted use by right. And then everything that probably has an A, which would be allowed with the check mark cross through, allowed with a conditional use, is that correct? So if somebody could not, let's say for the duplex dwelling units right there under section 3.02, so, okay, so originally that was only allowed under single family duplex. It was not allowed on the BMU. It was not allowed on the GRO. The suggestion now is that it be allowed on the BMU, it be allowed on the GRO, but it has to come in under the, with commission. There's a, go up a little bit, Jody, where that red one is, 4. Anything that's in red with a check mark is an allowable use approved with a resolution through a city commission public hearing process. And that public hearing process has an expression. I think Jody went through some of the one for conditional use, but you have to notify. I think Ms. Peterson asked about how to notify. If you're coming in with something that has to go through this requirement, you notify everybody within 300 feet. Yes. Those get a certified notice. Then they have to put up a sign. We call it the blue sign. You put up a sign on the property. And then if it's something big, then usually somebody could put signs out if they get permission to, or whatever method they use to allow other homeowners in the area to know that something is happening. You read your newspaper, we still advertise in the newspaper, and then we have the website. Not everybody has the website, but the website does give information for when the city is doing activities, and we meet every second Monday and every fourth Monday at the month. First Monday is 4 p.m., the next time is 5:30 p.m., or if there's some other meeting in front. But essentially, people can be notified of this. So the current thing which carried over from the 2004 East Stewart plan, I think, which Mr. Bell, and I will call names, Mr. Bell mentioned carefully about how they planned this. And that's why he was kind of surprised when big things like Abacoa, is it Abacoa? What's the name? Something like that could go in, was that those things could not go into East Stewart. But recently, that was suggested during this process that let's allow everything, but they have to come in and get the city's permission.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
All of the, I don't want to argue.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to ask Jody to explain if I don't explain. Let me just let Jody explain. So, okay, hold on. I don't know. It says number 4, an allowable use approved with a resolution through a city commission. Okay, I will stop being planner, lawyer, commissioner, and I'm going to let Jody explain what's on that board.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. So the number 4 was suggested, and after looking at this for quite some time and talking with other colleagues, one of the things that staff always is trying to do is trying to figure out what process. So instead of an A, we would like to delete number 4 and put it just everything that has an A, put a CU, which would be a conditional use, because there's an application process which helps staff when we're doing those analysis, or how we're directing applicants of what's required, instead of just trying to figure out, is it just through a resolution? Is there any public notice process. So one of the things that we're asking to do is remove number 4, which is all the A's, and replace them with CU as the same as number 2,
Which is consistent with our.
which is consistent with our code, right?
But
That's why we have this, that's why we have these discussions. And then Jody, if you just run down the whole thing, transient residential overnight accommodations were never, even though we've had motels in East Stewart, but they were never allowed at all by right or anything. Now they're gonna be allowed, in certain areas or certain things,
No.
rooming and, now, if you go through, if you can get a conditional use.
Yeah, but the way you're saying this right now is that we are expanding the use by.
Well, we are.
No, we're not. All of those check marks is what we've had with form-based code. This process that we're trying to do with the ZIP is to only allow that with conditional use, so it comes in front of the community. You're saying it's the opposite, that the ZIP is adding mixed use and Abacoa. That's the opposite of we are trying to, I don't know why you would even, are you confused? or are you
I'm
intentionally
not,
trying to-
I'm not confused. When we're gonna do it by conditional use, all the black check marks, Jody, please explain the black check marks.
So the black check marks were, when we pulled this off the form-based code, all the black check marks and ones that are crossed out were black as well.
Correct.
They are, the only thing that's going to be permitted by rights without going through any type of approval process, essentially will just be single-family, and in the single-family duplex, the duplex dwelling units, the accessory dwelling units, and also family daycare and group homes and home occupation. Other than that, in your business mixed use and your general residential office, everything other than single-family will have to require a conditional use except for home occupations, because they are preempted by the state.
We had also
Can I recognize the city attorney? Because he
Sure.
indicated he wanted to speak prior to you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Jody is starting to clarify it, and I just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware.
Yes.
Jody is asking everywhere, and Jody, if you can go on to the next page as well.
Yes.
Because the chart continues. Anywhere there is a red A, she is asking that to be replaced with a CU. Now, forget about all the red marks up there, and you'll see what's black.
Right.
There is already CU in this chart, which is conditional use. A is what was asked to be placed instead of the check marks, but there's no process and procedure in our codes to go through development to get A.
Correct.
There is a process and a procedure to get a conditional use, which is the CU. So she's just, the intent is to have a public hearing in a conditional use. So we're already using conditional use in this chart. She's just asking, instead of placing the allowable and using conditional use in.
No, hold on. You just said the same thing again, that we're expanding use right now.
No, we're expanding the requirement for conditional use.
What Lee's
Approval.
asking is to put a CU because it flows throughout the city land development code instead of having an A.
Yeah,
You're welcome,
yeah,
Lee.
yeah.
All right. And
Not
it,
heading, what's up there is up there.
well, this is what was, this was attached as the recommended code revisions, but she's asking you, we've talked about it more recently, she's asking that instead of an A, that when you're voting to adopt this, that it will be CU, not A.
I don't think there's any issue with that, right?
Correct.
So
It's just
A-
cleaning the code up. That's
A and conditional use
Yes,
are one and the same.
correct.
We just don't have a procedure in place to
Right.
do an A. We do have a procedure in place to do a
Yeah.
CU.
There's
Correct.
So, and the chart's already using CU, so it would be it'd be confusing to people including ourselves, from reading the code.
And that's why I brought it back up, because I noticed that it hadn't been changed, because I guess we're not, I had the old reprint, but I didn't even change mine, because the same
even
thing is in the new,
Even in form-based,
Yeah.
those were all the allowable uses. We're not,
Right.
we're not adding those uses now.
I don't believe Commissioner Clark is making that claim.
okay, all right. So I just wanted to make sure that people knew exactly what it meant, and especially since the doctor brought up the salon. Where is the salon in this part of the ESN 08, please, Jody?
Commissioner Clark, he is not located in the East Stewart.
No, I'm saying salon in here. Where do we have salon in East Stewart? Under barber shops, beauty shops, salons, and specialty salons. You can go down to that, please, under commercial uses.
Right here.
We're not hiding anything from anybody, and some people don't have time to read this stuff, and since we have it here, let's just pull it up and let people see it. Okay, so there's salons right there under commercial uses, and everything now is going to be conditional use, nothing by right. It's being changed. You used to be able to do the art shop or gallery or bank, institution, drive-in, barber shop, or the catering shop. Everything now is under conditional
You
use.
can still do it, but you would come in front of the community
Mhm.
to have a public meeting. It's still, you can still do it. We're just trying to trigger a public meeting so everybody can have input on it. We're not taking that right away from you. We're just saying you need to come in front of the community, and if the community doesn't like what's being
But you
proposed.
cannot say that. You cannot guarantee that.
Not
This
guarantee what?
commission could change, and there could be people who have a very different view of East Stewart. And if they don't want to approve it, they don't have, they cannot approve it.
Yeah.
So
And they could
we-
change a code too. I mean, anything
Yeah.
can happen,
Oh, But just, you can't say, well, you'll get approved, no.
No, if the
Can't. That's a
community-
false statement.
if
to
the
say-
community does not want that, it shouldn't get approved.
Okay,
Right.
so, right, so.
That's the whole point.
the opportunity to come forward.
So they don't have like a gutter situation.
It's expensive. I know that it's a good thing to have community input, and people always come here and have things, but you're saying if there's no need for them to come here, if it's not a PUD or something, if it's a straight zoning, it's gonna be built and done. But, we just have to know that when this thing happens, and if things happen like this, where everything is under conditional use, it is gonna trigger, not just the regular parking and drainage and all the other things that a developer needs to do, but it is gonna, just to prepare it to come in under condition. I think somebody mentioned that you can just come in with a I think it was Commissioner Reed, you could come in with a little draft piece, like the proverbial back of a napkin plan, where you could just bring in something. And I don't think that, Jody read a whole long list of about 17 things that you have to do in order to come in and meet the requirements to bring in a good plan that will pass muster for them to look at. Then it has to come to the public and the commission to get reviewed.
Right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Reed? Are you done, Commissioner Clark?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, this might be for Jody. So Jody, for example, if we took urban center, could you do any of these things by right?
An urban center?
In urban center, if we.
So urban center has its own,
Correct, but just so
It's on
the
code.
public can see, because it gets thrown out a lot, by right, permitted,
That's a good point.
commission. So let's go to urban center where I live, and let's see if I can do any of these things by right. Just so the public can see it.
Yeah, that's a good thing to discuss.
so in your urban code uses, it's basically your parking table. So these are all permitted uses by right in the urban districts.
Is there anything not by right?
You're in the parking though right now.
Yeah.
That
Let's-
is,
let me-
that is the permitted use table, is the parking. If you read,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so, if you read F2, Urban Code District Uses, the following uses are permitted and all exclusive individually or a combination in the urban code, subject to regulations pertaining to formula businesses in 2.06.12. So these uses, the land uses that to the left side, are permitted by right.
Duplexes,
Duplexes, hotels, rooming houses, adult daycare, childcare.
yeah, and I didn't want the Mother May
Correct.
I
And-
stuff
and-
for East Stewart.
Well, I'm not
Oh,
finished
sorry.
yet. So what I was getting at, so these are permitted by right. So when my family bought this property and I live there now, I know what it's by right permitted for. This was changed in 2023 to add more. So the community might not want it. And that's where the split's coming from, just so the public's aware. They can currently, right now, do all of the same stuff by right, but the community wants their voices heard, and, you know, you do a development project, they're not gonna hear you.
And the urban core and Creek District are very different than East Stewart. So should that same kind of,
The urban
you
center.
know, all of those same uses be by right in a residential neighborhood? I mean, I think it's pretty clear how the
It's
majority of
mixed
people who
use.
came here tonight
I
felt.
want, what I was getting at is I'm in a very mixed-use neighborhood. Let's take something off East Ocean, go to Dolphin. Let's see if you can do anything besides a single family there. Can you put a 3-story building, multifamily, in a single-family residential neighborhood
No,
off
you-
Dolphin?
You can't even put a salon
Okay.
Just
in
so,
R3.
Rich, I'm not done.
No,
Mayor
no.
Rich.
I'm allowing you to speak.
Sorry, I'll
But this happened the last time, when it became a free-for-all.
I really want the
When you-
public.
I want you to finish, Commissioner Reed. It is the vice mayor who keeps interrupting.
I've stopped.
All I'm asking is you ask to be recognized. Thank you, Commissioner Reed.
Just so we can see and the public's aware what's going on. So basically, it turned East Stewart into a mixed-use neighborhood. You can look back at the zoning map from 1978, and it was predominantly R1 and R3, single-family residential or single-family duplex. That's what I was getting at. My neighborhood has always been mixed usage. We can go way back. It's always been an urban neighborhood. You can look off of East Ocean, Dolphin. That's a single-family neighborhood. So imagine if you went there and gave them this code. It'd be completely urbanized, and you could do everything by right. That's where the discussion's coming from. Thank you, I'm done.
So, obviously, the focus of our attention is this table, which we are now changing everything to conditional use. Do we want to have a motion and a second to deal just with this, and then allow Jody to finish the staff presentation on the remaining sections, and then vote on all the remaining elements that?
Can I speak?
Sure.
To me, it was pretty clear how everybody felt. So I know the map amendment where we're talking about restoring the zoning in East Stewart to residential, I do believe 100% needs to come with a meeting at 10th Street. It needs to come with the ability to have a PowerPoint, all of us there, and to go historically over what these parcels have been, TARP on, residential, you know, and then feedback from the community on, hey, we want it to either stay residential, or actually, no, we want it to be business, we want it to be commercial, and to go through that neighborhood. I do believe that. But unless you want to be just in an abundance of caution, this chart, I believe, matches what the neighborhood wants. They want to have, mixed-use type development. These different uses trigger a public meeting so they can have input. As far as I can tell by, what I heard tonight, people want to have a say on what's happening in their residential neighborhood. And if we want to be just, again, abundance of caution, so we're not upsetting the majority of residents over there, we could add this into a meeting at 10th Street as well, when we do that map amendment, and I think it should be ASAP. I think that should be happening as soon as we can get it advertised, so that if we're gonna separate this and pull this out from the zip, that we can deal with it quickly, because as of today, right now, I feel that this neighborhood is exposed unnecessarily because of what we've done in the past and how we've zoned it. So if we're gonna pull it out, my only request would be that we deal with this immediately.
Well, you're not going to believe this, Vice Mayor, but I agree with you. But just to inform you, since the form-based code was instituted, one single-family home has been built and one duplex. That is the torrent of overwhelming development form-based code has unleashed in 2 years. One home, one duplex. So, I don't think we need to be, have that great a sense of peril.
Well, there's
but
frustration about the
you-
gutter company. I think that's,
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, but
and that is because of the form-based code.
I agree. This really was all I was asking for on Wednesday. It's evident, this is complicated for us. It's complicated for the people who live in East Stewart. I thought the point made by the gentleman who spoke twice, he said, thank you for clarifying BMU, GRO. It's okay that you don't know what those are, but we do need to take the opportunity to explain that. I sat through a year and a half of form-based code meetings here in East Stewart at 10th Street, and people, they still come up and say, you never reached out to us. And they don't understand it, and they're not comfortable, and I said this Wednesday night, we failed. We failed to reach out to them in a way that made sense to them. And so I said, let's learn by our mistakes and reach out to you. If the community feels these restrictions, and I've never known a group of people who are willing to give up choice to gain, who are willingly give up choice to gain, I don't know quite what they're gaining. Well, they're gaining the ability to review. I think we should tread carefully there, as you say. Go out and explain it. Let's all sit there. I completely agree. And if we feel that we can table this, just this one element.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Commissioner Clark.
My light was on first, but. go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, then
It's all right.
Commissioner Joby, go ahead.
Can I go?
Certainly you
Thank
may.
you. What I wanted to say, I want to take on this note where the two of you were in agreement, and I think that we should move forward. And I have a note here that the earliest, I guess, was the third Thursday in March would be the 20th, to put all of these presentations together, maybe have handouts where people, rather than also looking at a screen, have it in front of them. All of the codes be explained to them. That we have a meeting at the community center. It gives us time to basically advertise it on the website. We have set plan for staff to be there, for notes to be taken, to be videographed for.
Yes, right.
And I think that if that's a motion I can make, that we could move forward to agree on that motion for the next meeting, that would be great.
To review two things in particular. One is this chart, and then secondarily, dealing with a map amendment where we're restoring the zoning back to single-family duplex for what was pre-2004, and just entertaining both of those things.
Right, yes,
To
it
have
makes
input on
sense.
both.
Once
not
you have
just
the
this.
community together, it makes sense to look at those map changes
Yes.
also. I agree.
Yep.
So I think that that's something going on. I'm going on this great light. I see the two of you. You can also go out to drinks afterwards.
Can I somewhat second it so that I can?
No, I'm sorry,
I can
Commissioner
tell-
Joby, are you done?
I am done.
I'm
Okay.
seconding so that I'm gonna talk.
Commissioner Clark.
Because
Okay.
I hope that when I say something, maybe it might change what you might add to it, but I'm not sure. My question during this thing of discussing this motion is to ask the city attorney, what is that deadline that this zip is on now? Are we at March 4th? That you don't have to answer now. That's number one. Are we at this, some deadline in March? Number two, if we do this breakout where we take out whether this table or all of East Stewart land use and zoning.
Just the table.
And look at, hold on, and look at that. If we take that out, how does that work in terms of the zip timeline? Do we extend the zip timeline for another 3 months for everything? Or we try to get the rest of it done and re-advertise in a whatever certain way we need to get it done and let it meet this original 6 months thing? Or do we just delay everything for 3 months? Sorry.
She's on a wild tangent tonight.
Our zoning in progress, only, it's initial 3 months. You're allowed to extend it for only one additional 3 months for good cause, which we did in December, and it expires March 4th.
On the
There's
4th
no
of
more.
March,
So-
yes.
So that means if you table this, the zip will, it'll expire. And in essence, the zip was to cease all applications on stuff that you're dealing with. So that means applications can renew or start coming in on this issue in East Stewart as of March 4th.
That's the case.
And in practical terms, a development could come in and leverage our existing code. That is the liability, is if we're not happy with the form-based code as it sits, that liability does sit there.
Hence your sense of urgency.
Yes.
I agree with you, Vice Mayor.
Oh, my God, I've died and went to heaven. I have a question,
Commissioner
Mayor.
Joby.
I have a question for the city attorney, Mr. Baggett. While the zip will expire, that doesn't mean that this particular piece, which is the code, and then looking at the map, could they just not be made zoning changes at the time that we do it, at the end of March? Doesn't have to be under zip.
No,
It
it
just
does
would,
not.
yeah,
Right,
it doesn't have to be under zip. Okay.
Right,
We can
correct.
change the code anytime we
Okay.
Now,
want.
if you approve any of the proposed ordinance language, that can go forward on,
we'll
in
go.
timely under the zip, so.
Yes, would just be this and the map together.
But it seems like you're wanting,
Well,
the discussion is
the
whether or
map-
not to.
What is the map element? I'm sorry.
We had
Commissioner
discussed,
Joby?
sorry, we had discussed, with regard to changing the zoning, it was the map amendment to go parcel by parcel versus the uses chart. There was two components. One is, if we're talking about restoring the zoning to look more like it did pre-2004, where it's residential, that requires a map amendment, not this.
I'm not comfortable doing that until we hear from the residents of East Stewart.
That's what we would be discussing.
Yes, we-
At the residents'
If we pull
meeting.
this out.
We can put up what the map was, what it is now, what the uses mean, what the height, we could talk about all that, and then everybody can say yes or no, or something in between.
As it stands right now, we have a vote, we have a second.
We have a motion,
and
we have a
second.
motion by Commissioner Joby, and
And
we
a
have a
second
second
by
by Commissioner
Commissioner
Clark.
Clark.
Are you clear?
For
Yeah, could you-
clarification, it's,
Clarification,
it's
please
to
clarify what's being pulled out.
we're pulling out
Table.
the,
Oh, I can't
ESN
ESN 08.
permitted uses in East Stewart neighborhood.
I know.
So it would be section 3.02.03 and figure ESN 08, permitted uses in the East Stewart neighborhood.
Correct, and stopping there, we would not be continuing on to 30204
Here.
development standards and lot parcel sizes. It would just be
Permitted use.
ESN 08. Jody, are you with us?
Yes.
Cool.
Okay, thank you, Jody.
You know what? We never go wrong taking the time to hear
I
from
agree,
the people.
I agree.
I agree.
So
Never
we're
go
gonna
wrong.
hear from the people
And
about
by
the
the way, it
motion.
gives us the opportunity to go out into East Stewart and to talk and,
Been
talk
begging for this
talk
for
in smaller
years.
groups.
So,
Okay, so,
Has it been
The
answered?
motion is second. Is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, we already
For
put a bid.
this motion that we're discussing, any public comment?
do you guys understand what we're doing?
Hold the
Yeah.
piece out. Over to the community.
Is there any additional comment from the commissioners? Comments or?
Oh, I think we have a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper.
At least pulling it from the table. I think gathering and just taking our time to hear from the community and that's a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. And he agrees.
Good, we're all in agreement.
Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Collins?
Yes.
Commissioner Joby?
Yes.
Mayor Rich?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
yes.
And Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Bottle of champagne's on me.
So now do we want
I
to
got
start
champagne
from
at
section
home.
2 and start
Correct.
cranking through it?
Now we're going to section 2, so. Ms. Kugler?
So we're going back.
Staff, continue.
I didn't see much, Jody, there was just a couple.
Is that parking? No, that's not. Is that
Small
parking?
I think there is.
It's density
There's parking and density.
from 30 to 20.
We go from 2 to 4, to 4.
Yeah.
Where's Keith?
Keith, I'm sorry?
Jody, could you go?
Yes, I was just getting that, I didn't want to make you dizzy by scrolling up. So,
Before you leave.
Well, what if he wants to leave now?
Well, he can.
all right.
Okay, let's regain our composure here.
So, I don't know if you wanted me to just go, like, some of these are just cleanup language, which is your parcel. I think,
I'll give you my feedback and then you guys can
Well,
say
I'd
what you
just like,
think.
when she's finished, are there any changes from 2 weeks ago, Jody, till this evening?
so I did highlight the changes, and this is
Jody,
a
I
change
think-
right here. So in your table, in section 2.03.07, table 3,
Yep,
we did change the footnote to say maximum for ALF from 30 to 20 units.
perfect, and then you got downtown redevelopment, yep, you got it all buttoned
Yep.
up, perfect.
So this one, 2.03.08, Table 3A.
Perfect.
I noticed this afternoon that I had to change this, but this is a chart, so I just wanted to point out that this needs to be changed from 8.72 to 7.26.
It's just
I'm sorry.
reflecting it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, she said this
Are you trying to
afternoon.
catch up?
Child
said this
care,
afternoon.
child care.
Hang
Am I
tight,
going
Mayor.
too fast? I'm
Hang
sorry.
tight. Mayor's trying to catch up.
So in the maximal dwelling units per acre, all those were changed from 30 to 20. We also, on the footnotes, again, changed the assisted living down to from 30 to 20. One of the things we did notice too, we were not consistent with number 2, so we did change that from 8.72 to 7.26.
Awesome.
This is based off the 6,000 square foot lot now.
Yep.
Again, all this was changed. On table, section 2.03.09, table 3B, in the footnote 1, we did, again, update that information.
Thank you, Jody. You're awesome.
Commissioner Clark, do you have a comment regarding these changes?
Oh, thank you, Jody. Since you're talking about lot size and intensity, did you get to the part, again, we never really did discuss that much when we were talking about East Stewart, that people understand about the small lot size, the 4,356, I think, to the 6,500 lot size, and what, if somebody has a small lot now, what happens if they want to develop on it, or if they want to develop an accessory dwelling unit, or if we're going to leave all of that, since we're going to be meeting with East Stewart at some point in the future, that we can discuss all of that with them at the time.
No, we're
So
not-
we
we're
did
not
add
doing that.
language in there in each section where we changed the lot size from whatever minimum lot size, and like in Easter, they had no minimum lot size. If they were a parcel of record as of September 4th, they were conforming, they were deemed conformed.
So they're
conformity,
grandfathered in.
yes.
Okay, and can I continue with my question,
You
sir?
certainly may.
Did you get up to section 2.0604 childcare centers?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Okay, you didn't get up there yet, okay. I just have my whole thing discombobulated here, but that's fine. Go on.
So,
Just ask a
I'm
question.
finished.
yes.
So we're changing all these densities. This was brought to my attention. I think it's a very good question.
2.0310, table
No,
4?
no,
Is it table 4?
If we're reducing the maximum density, are some of the owners of these properties going to seek a reduction in their property values? And what impact may that have on the city?
No, because this is with conditional use.
I would like the staff to answer that, please,
That's
Mr.
not a-
Vice Mayor.
That's not a planner question.
So staff was not able to do any of that analysis. We were just based off, we added a lot of conformity language as of September 4th, 2024, so that if there's any properties that were built or developed or had a development order prior to that date, they were allowed to maintain the density. And if, for example, one of those projects were to be demolished or an act of God or something happened to that property, they could still build to what they were originally approved as. And we did add that language in Chapter 8, because that was one of the concerns that we did have is how do you, with people that have existing development orders that have not built, but they still have not met, they've extended their timelines, or I'm going to use Selfish Cove because that's one right here that's recently built. They have a mixed-use project. If for some reason we have a hurricane, act of God, tears it down, they would still have the right to rebuild because it was a parcel of record prior to September
I
4th,
understand. Well, that's-
2000,
And the
2024.
new language in Section 8 deals with that.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about
Yeah,
that?
I'm,
Sure.
Yeah,
when I'm.
whenever you're done, yeah.
done. You know, that's part of the analysis that some of us been missing all along is economic analysis of these changes. And it certainly would make sense to have that information. It's going to be required when these comp plan, we have to make the comp plan changes. So we will get to those issues at that point in time. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Just, maybe this is a Lee question. For Sailfish, I think that's a good example because it leveraged half units. What they would be grandfathered in for is a number of units on that parcel.
Selfish K?
Yeah. Well, over here.
Selfish Cove, which is right
Cove.
here. It's
Yeah, Cove.
right off of Seminole.
K's on,
Kazon
Is it-
Central,
K's
Are
on
we
Central.
talking about the one on Fraser Creek?
No, right here.
right here, the one that's right here. Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, somewhere, you know,
Yes.
somewhere.
That used to have units.
Mr. Baggett?
I think it's that way.
Right behind the
Okay.
Boathouse Restaurant.
It's right behind the Boathouse
Yes.
Restaurant.
Where-
Yeah, right.
So how would that, from a technical, legal standpoint?
So in chapter 8, we've got language, we haven't gotten there.
Yeah.
But when we get there, we can.
Okay, fine.
But that's the whole point
have
of
language.
the new language in section 8.
Got it.
That whole chapter deals with the existing non-conforming development in parcels. so-
But then you have developments like Kingswood, who has less land than when they originally started. So,
But they're still grandfathered in, right?
no.
The density?
No, because it's based on the original development agreement.
just can't
and that has
rebuild.
changed because they gave away some of their land, so no.
They can't rebuild.
Not necessarily. We don't know. Which, again, that's, we should have taken that inventory, correct?
I don't know Kingswood. I don't know what the development order was. I mean, that was from 1980s, but.
We know they've given away
I don't know
land.
if it's. I know of one parcel that
Right.
Marcella's here, she had purchased a land where I was involved with the water pipe going
Can't handle the
through.
heat.
That's the only thing I'm aware of. I don't know what the original zoning,
Right.
development order was for Kingswood, so
So we can't say.
I can't say.
We can't
sitting
say.
Right now, right.
But he could get back to her. All right, moving on.
Yeah, as long as we do that childcare thing, I just want to make sure I see the new language.
So in this footnote, when we were looking at this impervious surface ratio, you already addressed this in your storm water drainage. So this is not really a necessary footnote would be required. So we did delete that footnote. Again, these are some of these changes you've already seen as of the first reading. This is the language that we did add in there. That says all parcels assigned a parcel ID number and recognized by the city of Stuart as a buildable as of September 4th, 2024 shall be conforming and exempt from the minimum parcel size requirement. Any created parcel or subdivision after September 4th, 2024 must comply with the minimum parcel size requirement set forth herein.
Does
So-
that meet your requirements?
So if you did not have a assigned parcel as of September 4th, and it's a created parcel or it's done through a subdivision or something like that, they would have to meet the minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet.
Correct. Moving on.
I'm just
Can
going to
I-
keep
can I
scrolling
ask a
till.
question?
You certainly may,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
So the difference with that parcel and the property, the marina property that this gentleman brought up, was because they actually had their development started, but they stopped, and so they lost that opportunity? But their lot is still, their parcel was already created, or no, it's a PUD?
It's a PUD, so it's
No.
coming in front of the board anyway.
Yeah.
No, so that was originally brought in as an urban plan development, I do believe. And this is before my time, so if I misspeak a little bit, I just know it was, when I was coming in, this project went to the board, and I do believe that they did not approve it because it was pulled back with some questions and about the hotel. The application never had taken action because there was it expired. So since then, there's no application to take action on it as of right now.
Do we know the date on that?
Thank you.
If
sorry.
you don't know, it's hard to remember the dates.
2020? 2019, I think it was. It was
Oh, you're
2019.
2020.
in 2020?
I'm sorry, you need to,
Just so I can go
Introduce
back and watch the
yourself and-
minutes.
Okay, Ted Weitzel, yes, the question was, when did we start?
When did it come in front of the board? It was in 2020?
I gave my paper away, but I think it was in April,
Let's see.
April 2021.
April 6, 2021.
Right.
Got it. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
So did it only go in front of the CRA board?
Yes.
And then, let's see, the board felt I should provide additional parking. So it never went in front of the city commission, it just went in front of
No,
the
we-
CRA.
Yeah, we were advised by the CRA board
Okay.
to get all of our other approvals in place first, which has taken us a long time, long time.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, we've been active the whole time, dealing with the city back and forth.
But it expired, the application expired?
We haven't had any activity on this project as far as any type of marina or any resubmittals. Yeah, they submitted a pre-app, but that's not an official application. So
Yeah,
they just recently had a pre-app, which just basically, they want to put in temporary parking for a marina until they were going to be moving forward with the hotel and a marina and a restaurant, I do believe.
Right.
I would just like to remind the commission that this looks really bad, that we are rewriting the code on the fly, possibly to accommodate one applicant.
Mayor Rich, that's not even what I was asking.
Okay, but I think he has presented valid points, and he
Correct.
should be dealt with individually to see if we can find a solution for
Mayor
him.
Rich, the only thing
I
I was
appreciate
asking
that.
was for the date, so just so you know, so I could go watch and find out what happened on the record.
Okay.
Mayor Rich, so that was for my own purpose, not to like change code on the spot,
Okay.
by the way. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
No questions.
That was,
Okay,
I'm gonna
thank you.
watch the video. Thank you.
Thanks, I brought it up. I'm sorry that it caused a problem, but we appreciate your information. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will just continue scrolling. So we have a note here to remove this, but I think that we need to add some language in here because there is already some cottage lots that are built. So if they get destroyed, we need some type of standards that they go back to. I think we just need to add that conforming language in there as well. I don't think it's necessary we remove this standard. We would just put that when they conform.
Are you gonna be able to do that in time for the zip, or does that need to be removed?
Yes, we can add that language tomorrow, yes. It's just basically adding the conformity language that if you had a cottage lot as of September 4th, you can continue, but if something happens to that cottage lot, we have to figure out we want to make sure that we keep the history of how you rebuild it.
Correct.
So we just would like to keep that building form.
All right.
So these are just changing the numbers because we deleted some sections in Muni Code. They're going to renumber it. Same thing here. Commissioner Clark, we did not add any language about the daycare centers. It was decided that we were not going to do anything with the daycare centers.
So that general is section 2.0604, that's what and then there's a definition after that that says generally. And I have mine still yellowed in the version that I had printed out. I didn't want to print out anything else, so I just brought this. What does that mean? Section 2.06.04, child care centers.
So that must be an older version you're looking
Right,
at.
right,
So
yeah.
we did not change anything. It was probably the original version when we went to
Right.
first reading. So after listening to the commissioner and going back and listening to the couple of workshops and the direction, daycares are pretty much regulated already.
By the
So
state, okay.
so we weren't, so G is just reserved, just so we don't lose the numbering and have to change all of Muni Code when they codify the code. Same thing with this language. I don't think there's too much other changes.
Before we get to 3, I think we're good.
Well, we're done with 3, we're going to 5.
Okay, before you're sorry, can I put my
Commissioner
light up?
Clark?
Before you're finished with 3, I did put a note on your desk, Jody. I don't know if you saw it, but when we prepared to go to the East Stewart area, did you see a note written on your desk? I think it's written on his 2-page
Oh,
letter.
are you the one who left me a note?
That when we do it, it's not necessarily a land use, but it's a way to identify something that's the heart and center of East Stewart, and that is all of the public housing.
Okay.
The duplex as well as the 2 or.
This is your love note you left me?
Yes, that's your love
Okay, I was
letter.
wondering who left me this.
Yeah, I left you that love letter there.
Okay.
So just like your what's it, GIS guy was
GIS.
doing all those things?
Yes.
If he could hone out the public housing in East Stewart?
Sure.
So that we can see how it overlays with the other thing.
Maybe the property appraiser map, or you'd have to label it in the GIS or something.
She'll figure it. They'll
GIS
figure-
has a layer that he can add a layer if that's,
Yeah.
if that's.
'Cause we'll see
and then
that-
you can just light it up from there.
That land doesn't belong to the individuals, even though it's zoned, whatever it is, single family or R3
Some
or
of it's SFD,
something.
but most of the housing authority's GRO.
GRO, yeah. And that's why the land use, so we'll figure it out. We'll
Okay.
figure it out.
Commissioner Reed?
So
Oh, sorry.
I don't think there's too much more. This is, now we're in chapter 3. This is getting into the urban code. There was no changes in the urban
we're done with
code.
chapter 3?
Yeah, we're done with 3. We're done with 2.
Did we do the parcel size? Figure ES.
Lots and parcel, yes.
Lots and parcels.
We did that.
You want to go through it?
We
Andy?
didn't talk about the density changes.
We did,
Well,
we just did.
Oh, we did? Oh, sorry, I might have, was I sleeping?
All the tables have been changed from 30 to 20.
You're making all that conditional use instead of A.
This 30203, as you know, we're not voting in on tonight. So I'm just going to kind of move forward. We're in chapter 3,
Was there anything else that you updated, that you buttoned up in there?
not in chapter 2.
We're
So
in
all
3.
the highlighted, unless you have some questions.
In 3.
And 3. Let me just check, because there's a lot of going back and forth. Yes.
Architectural standards.
So we did put this footnote in there as well. All parcels in existence as of September 4th do not exceed the density of 20 units per acre, shall be deemed conforming with the maximum lot size requirements, and shall be allowed to obtain a permit for construction if they meet all the other requirements in the code.
Okay, you did put that.
Perfect.
I'm
Okay,
just
so we're going to go to section
scrolling
5.
through.
Are we agreed?
Well, let's just make sure that there's nothing else that
Okay,
she finds.
okay.
Just to be thorough. I
So-
think 6
Public.
is right around the corner.
Nope,
Yeah.
it's after 5.
So now we're in, let me see here, we're still in the East Stewart.
Chapter 5 is just 3 pages, 124 to 126.
Can I ask a question?
Commissioner Clark?
I just heard Jody say she was still in East Stewart. So the highest density that you can get
There's 20
is
units
at the 20 units.
per acre, right? Mhm. We are now on the creek side. Again, we changed to 6,000. And
And the minimum lot size.
so there's not really much changes in the creek side. That's a very small. So this is just some cleanup language.
Why we take out the new one?
Now we're in chapter 5. Chapter 5 is a very small, it's just really just changing the lot for 2 parcel, which you saw
Jody,
at your first
excuse
reading.
me. Before we start, I'd just like, does the public wish to make a comment on section 5 before we begin going through it? Does anyone want to comment on this? It's very small. I don't believe there were any changes made, were there, Jody, from 2 weeks
There's
ago?
no, there's not, it's just changing 2 lots, 2 parcels.
Right, it's just lots of.
And this is just your wetland mitigation and your,
Okay, we're
so now you're on
starting
chapter
section-
6.
Okay, hold on, the
So-
same question. Does any member of the public wish to make comments on section 6 before we start considering
Susan,
it?
Paul, Marcella?
Okay.
There you go. I can feel it.
This is a 2.5.
I'm just
parking.
very briefly, I'm not sure if I missed the discussion on parking, or there just isn't one because
On
you guys
shared
are
use?
comfortable on the shared use, no use of shared use parking, and no use of off-site parking. Is that
There's a
my
lot of
understanding?
shared use in the city.
There's a lot of shared use parking in section 6 that we are eliminating, so it would be appropriate for you to make those
Yeah,
remarks.
I believe that there should be a process besides a PUD where shared use parking and off-site parking are legitimate tools, and maybe haven't explored it enough, but it seemed like it was all stricken through and had a set of codes that are suburban codes that may not be applicable. And I saw someone referencing ITE rates, and the ITE rates do provide for, in urban centers, where you have a rate, and each use has its own rate because it's already assuming that people are sharing and have internal, like when we're downtown, or in my client's case, if you're staying in a hotel and eating in the restaurant, you're not parking, you're not getting your car. And so without those tools, some of the things we've been planning can occur, and they would be counter, because we'd have to have more impervious surface and things that go against all what we're doing to preserve the river and water quality, et cetera. So
Thank you.
there's a way you can keep it in there and put whatever you need to safeguard it, but I think we still need those tools.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed?
Yes, this was for Jody. I know we talked about density a little bit. It used to be 30 units per acre. Do we know what Kingswood is
I do not
for
know what-
density? Because I believe it's over 30 per acre. So that would have been
42.
it's 42? So that would have been non-conforming anyway.
Right.
How the code was written for 30 per acre. So
think
just
that's
wanted that on the record. Thanks.
But she can confirm it.
Moving on.
Commissioner Clark wishes to make a comment, I believe.
No, I had, was I asking it during Susan's thing about the ITE and so on? We're fine.
No.
Where it's, yeah, I thought that we were gonna come to a compromise on the 2.5 and just go back to, was it 1.5 or 2? We were, without doing using the ITE rate, we had just said that we were gonna
No.
2.5 all the way, or, because this one says.
I don't know where you came up with that compromise.
Okay, so can I just go to section 6.01.13, off-street parking schedule,
So,
or schedule, since I have an accent?
Commissioner Clark, we just started with chapter 6. So,
That was good.
It's a British lovely accent, darling. Darling. 6.01.13. Like I said, I did not want to break any trees, and I read what I read on the computer, but I didn't print out anything else. So I still have the 6.01.13 off-street parking schedule. If that doesn't exist in an updated version,
No, it's in there. She's
I
almost there.
apologize.
She's almost there. All we did was kick up half a spot on those two for multifamily.
.01.13.
Keep going, Jody, you're so close.
Off-street parking.
There we go.
Okay,
Jody,
so
are
that,
these, excuse me, are these changes from 2 weeks ago?
No.
no, these are the
Okay.
same, that was,
Just
Yeah.
that was,
Okay.
instead of 1.4, well, we had 1.5, then we went to 2. Can you just explain those parking standards, proposed parking standards, please?
We increased half of a space per unit on the multifamily.
Studios or one bedroom would have two parking space per unit. Garages count towards required off-street parking, 2.5.
Part of the rationale was with SB 102 is the legislation requires you to consider your parking, but it doesn't mandate as of yet that you reduce it. So it is somewhat of a hedge or overdevelopment density with SB 102 is a developer would have to meet our parking requirements for multifamily.
SB 102 is being rewritten as we speak.
Well,
It's going to be,
I look forward to it.
Me too.
no, you don't.
Unless they do change
No,
that part.
you don't.
Yeah.
Always for the
Thanks.
worst. Thank you.
Can I continue with one question on shared
yes.
parking? So in section 6.01.12, all of the shared parking and joint use facilities, as a member of the public certified engineer, traffic engineer had brought up, all of this has been struck as was there originally, or as was proposed and struck? I think it was just, was there originally and struck. Pulled out and then struck. No shared use parking.
There's on-street parking and there's shared parking arrangements that happen, but otherwise, if you can't park it, you can't build it. That's the idea.
And,
We can't all borrow each other's parking spaces.
okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And when that ordinance number 2077 and the portions of it are struck, it's only struck because those portions were related to this. The actual ordinance is not struck. I'm just trying to make this very clear for anybody who's looking at it. That's correct, Jody? Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Okay, can I just speak before?
You
vote?
certainly
sir.
may, Commissioner
Okay,
Giobbe.
so there's a lot of talk about Kingswood. I happen to live in Kingswood, and I can't tell you how important parking is, because when they built those back in the Wild West, they didn't account for that. You have 6 units and like 5 parking spaces, and at this point, most people have 2 cars, and there is no off-street parking in Kingswood. So when you're having a developer build something, it is really important that they provide the correct parking.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question on this shared use parking. So I asked, what does shared use parking allow municipalities to accomplish? And what are the negatives of shared use parking? I honestly could not find a single article about the negative of shared use parkings. And I would really ask somebody to give me a study to show that there's value to that. Because everything I read about shared use parking, and I got to 33 articles, and I stopped, but just to quote a few, despite the empirical evidence surrounding the overabundance of parking, as well as its deleterious environmental effects, few municipalities are changing parking requirements. We actually are, and we're creating more parking. It says one successful technique is shared parking. Shared parking takes advantage of these varying demand patterns and allows adjacent land uses with complementary peak demands to share a parking lot space. This not only encourages centralized parking rather than scattered lots, but also reduces overall construction costs, which could greatly benefit both municipalities and developers. So parking, excess parking, which encourages people to drive when they otherwise, this is from the Urban Parking Institute, the Mayor's Innovation Project. Excess parking, which encourages people to drive when they otherwise might not, can hurt a city's progress towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving air and water quality, managing traffic, and encouraging the use of travel alternatives. I thought these were all things we're trying to accomplish, and yet we seem to be making a decision that will be making it worse. I also learned in this research that one of the largest contributors to polluting the waterways is what gets scuffed off of tires, the rubber that gets scuffed off of tires, and it creates a very substantial. Another article, these types of reforms, shared use parking, have been shown to reduce traffic. Everybody wants that, as far as I know, and associated emissions. They can free up resources for cities to invest in transit and other infrastructure and can lead to lower real estate development costs, meaning more opportunity to provide affordable housing. I thought that was a good thing. I thought we were trying to do that, but apparently we're not going to do that. Again, smart, good, so it's article after article. At some point, we're going to have to come up with some research to send to the state that says shared use parking is having a negative impact on this community. So I don't know where it's going to be found, but it seems to be the overwhelming evidence is to the contrary.
I mean, go door to door and start talking to people again. I know it's been a couple of years since we've had to. Your research is when you knock on those doors, people are frustrated by the parking.
Okay, so just so people understand what
There's
shared
gonna
use
be-
parking.
Let me talk.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And there's going to be less cars if you have less density. If you have lower density, there's going to be less cars. It's a pipe dream that in South Florida, you're going to have urbanization and high density, and people are just not going to have cars. It doesn't work here. People are going to have cars. You let more people live here because you have more units. You're going to have more cars and more rubber and more slough, and like you were talking about.
Okay,
And if you make it harder to
The
park,
state law requires, we just can't go by anecdotal evidence and say we knocked on 3 doors. I'm
Sure.
just saying, you might as well get ready because we're gonna have to provide a study that proves that. Shared use parking is nothing more. I went to the synagogue the other night to listen to a lecture, and it said, from 5 to 7, from 9 to 5 on weekdays, this is for the medical office. All other times, you can park here. That's all shared use parking is. We see it all the time.
but this,
And
I-
it's very effective.
but this idea, I think, has shifted and we're a little bit behind when you think of working from home. A lot of people now work from those apartment units that they're supposed to have vacated, so commercial can now it's not what it was before. The math doesn't math exactly anymore. People are now working from home.
The fact is, we are gonna pave over far larger swaths of the city.
And people are going to be able to finally park their car.
I have never heard someone say to me, Publix, the downtown Publix needs more parking spaces. Home Depot needs more parking. No one's ever said that to me.
Because they have sufficient parking.
Right, but they won't.
The downtown
With this,
doesn't.
they won't have that anymore.
What do you
They'll
mean?
have to put more parking in.
No, they built it to have sufficient
No,
parking.
you-
You're saying they're underparked? Publix is underparked for its
With the
use?
new code, they will be.
No, you're asking for more parking.
No, that's commercial. This is just for multifamily.
Yeah,
What are you
that's
talking
just for
about?
multifamily.
We didn't change
When you have a
commercial.
chance, if I can speak.
Okay, Commissioner Giobe.
Okay, what I wanted to say, that the studies are both pro and con, because wherever you see that shared parking works, it's always based on what is considered an urban walking city. Now, we have parts of Stuart that are that, but we have parts that are not. People need their cars. They need to go to the store in their cars. They're not walking to the local store to get their groceries at Publix or whatever. So the studies are both pro and con, depending on what city you're looking at. I mean, so that's it. And Stuart is a mixed city. We have some parts of the city that are basically, you could walk, I guess. But most people drive, I just wanted to say.
Okay. I would love to see the con, because I could not find one. And we're gonna have to show it to the state.
Go knock on doors. You're going to hear
I
it.
don't, that doesn't count. Okay,
Vice Mayor.
next, keep going, Jody.
Collins, just so my understanding, did I hear you state that the shared parking in joint facilities that we're making the changes are just going to be for multifamily? Because this does affect.
No, I
does-
was
so
talking
this-
about the
okay.
parking requirements.
Okay.
It does apply.
It does apply for the entire city. I
Yeah.
just-
Correct.
I want to make sure.
For shared
'cause-
use, but I was talking about the parking you were talking about parking requirements under the new
Gotcha,
rules.
okay.
The parking requirements did not change for commercial, just for multifamily.
Is that true, Jody?
I apologize. Could you repeat that again?
The parking requirements that we've increased are for multifamily exclusively. They are not for commercial.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
So
So-
Publix will be okay. So we don't have to
So,
worry.
one of the things that staff, just for a tool, the ITE, which is the Transportation of Engineers Institute, just so you understand, that is that is evaluated on every 2 years and updated with the new edition. And it has all your, from urbanized to
Standards.
rural to industrial. So that's a very big tool that the planners do use to be able to rely on. So
I think we
it
should
just
do
maybe
that.
something, could we consider that as a tool?
Yeah,
So
I
when we're
think it's
trying
a
to do
tool
those
that you can-
analysis,
I think it's a tool that you guys can use, but I wouldn't use the standards that are in it. You can use it as a tool, but making that be our standard that we're going to measure from.
I think we should,
Stuart is its own community.
We actually spoke about it, and it was decided to remove it as a,
so I'm just
That's what I just said.
also,
Yes, yeah.
so.
You
The
can
IT
use it, I'm sure, within
there's-
your
Oh,
department.
I'm sorry.
Using it means if you reject it.
Referencing it. But it's not our standard.
So there's two parts of the IT. There's the parking requirements and the traffic. So they all refer back to the land use that's based off the Institute of Traffic. I'm not a traffic engineer, just I've read many traffic reports. So your data from your traffic analysis is going to come from the ITE.
Yep.
That's where majority of your traffic engineers use it from. So I just wanted to just make sure that we have no way to evaluate any of that now, based off striking the ITE.
When you say you don't have a way to evaluate, can you not reference it without it being your standard? My concern is if you're bound to the ITE, you have to fluctuate with it versus being able to set your own
Well,
metrics
you're-
for what you require for parking.
So there's two, like I said, there's the parking and then there's the traffic. So your
Correct.
traffic's always going to be off your ITE. There's no way to evaluate that because that is a standard traffic analysis. The same thing with your parking. So all we're going to be giving applicants now is just basically they have to park it based off
Yes.
the parking code.
Yes.
But then their traffic counts are going to be different based off.
The ITE.
So it's just going to throw a little bit of unbalance. I just
Correct.
wanted to
Well,
bring that.
what's the danger there? If we have no basis to evaluate?
It
If,
it just doesn't give us a
If-
clear standard parking on every, in traffic
lawsuit.
analysis.
it's a lawsuit.
They both go hand in hand.
Why would you have a lawsuit?
Because if they could normally build something based on the standards in the industry, and then because we have one quirky standard that says you can't do this, then, it's up to, they're losing, the opportunity to build or to do something. Yes, I see what you're saying is that they won't be able to build it as densely as you think, as they would want to, but sometimes it's not about density per se, it's about the ability to have something that's clear and professional, and so it gives them, it helps them with their decision-making. They don't want to be flaky when somebody comes in to do something.
It's not flaky. They can reference the code and
Yeah.
the requirements.
So
they have in the
I
code.
just, whenever we bring the projects forward, it's going to show the ITE parking analysis and then what the city's going to require, and then also the ITE based off the traffic generation as well. So I just wanted to bring that, because there will be a mixed
And
portion of
again, if
that.
there's a PUD, if there's one of these things, we can waive some of that parking. But this is what we're saying our standard is, and then, you can deviate.
That's
from
what
there.
I wanted to make sure that, if they bring in a PUD and, we can use the ITE as a analysis or a
Guideline.
tool, and you're showing that A needs only 100 parking spaces, but based off our code, it says you need 250. That's
Yes.
an abundance of parking that may not make sense. I
So
just
that-
wanted to make sure that we could still
So then
use that.
We need to divorce from the ITE for parking. That's-
Right, okay. I
that's-
just wanted to make sure, because I know we're striking out of here,
They're
but,
oil and water. If you want to
Okay.
use the traffic, that's one thing, but the parking requirements, if it's that much different,
okay.
it will create confusion. It should
Okay,
not be.
thanks, I have my light
Okay,
on.
thank you. I
Commissioner
just wanted to get clarification.
Thanks. I hear you, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, and I commend your idea of saying, we want to stick to having them be able to park it and to do it. And I probably could have brought this up the last time, because that would have given us 2 weeks to have looked at it. But is there any way before we go into a final, to see if Kimley Horn has any language or suggestion? To get something from Kimley Horn, since they're our parking consultants?
I'm not interested in.
That's been rejected already.
All right, I'm bringing it up again. I just brought it up. Okay, all right.
They've never provided a parking report that said that there's an.
At some point, we're going to have to provide some substantiation to the change,
Jody,
to
can
the
we-
state to justify the changes.
Can we keep going, Jody?
Okay.
Keep going.
So these are ones that you saw at the first reading. I don't believe there's much changes in chapter 6.
Just
So,
5 pages.
Oh, can I see that ADU on the same electricity or different?
Parcels. Has to be the same electricity. It's the
Okay.
one bill.
now we're moving to chapter 8. So this is probably where some of the changes that did happen. Sitting down with our city attorney and looking at our comp plan, there is an element called the property right element. And one of the things that staff wanted to make sure is that if there is any previously approved development application with an unexpired, timeable, or previously completed improvement made on a parcel prior to September 4, 2024, shall be deemed conforming, so as long as it remains in compliance with any conditions of approval. So again, if you have a parcel and I'm going to use Selfish Cove, they get destroyed, they can still rebuild based off the approved density that was originally, the parking, anything that was part of their original development order. They could rebuild and use the same density that they had, as long as it's like for like. We do have development orders out there that have not expired, they've been approved. And as time goes on, we do have executive orders that shifts that line further down by state statutes. So we have quite a few out there. So we wanted to make sure that we protect. So if a development comes in and they have very little bit of parking, that planners are looking at, that this was a previously approved parcel with shared parking at that time, that they can still remain as that.
I'm sorry, Jody, to make you go back to 6.01.09 Stuart Parking Code. This parking code shall apply to all development. It doesn't say just multifamily,
That's correct.
and
And
it's all
that's-
crossed out, shared parking and joint use facilities.
So I do
So
believe.
I don't
But the
understand how.
parking increases
why I brought it up.
in 60313 were applied to multifamily.
Yeah, but I'm talking about shared use, the
Correct.
concept of shared use.
Correct, yeah, we're not doing shared
So-
use.
Right, what I was talking about.
Okay. But Publix isn't leveraging that. That plaza has its parking.
So Ramey Rugg wanted to go into, so if someone wants to go in where the old Winn-Dixie, and if they make any change, the entire plaza will be subject to those new excessive parking requirements. It could get,
Is there multifamily in that plaza?
it's just not, it says Stewart Parking Code. This parking code shall apply to all development. What it says. Doesn't say just multifamily.
Looks like 06.
This is in 6.
Gotcha. So shared parking was adopted in 2006, Mayor Rich, by the way. That's when it was adopted.
I'm for shared parking.
I understand you're for it, but it was 06. Publix
but
was
we're
built.
eliminating it.
Publix was, I understand, Publix was built well before 06, by the way. So was Ramey Rugg. That plaza was built before 06. So they didn't even use shared parking when they developed that project.
But the plaza.
Correct me if I'm wrong,
The
someone.
plaza could become subject to it.
Mayor Rich, it met parking requirements well before
And
shared
that,
parking was.
I do believe that's what staff was trying to accomplish in Chapter 8. If it's a non-conforming use or that parking is deemed conforming. Now, if they take
Because
it,
of Section 8 now?
because of Section 8, you have a non-conforming use. So if you go to Chapter 8,
Even if they add a building?
if they add a building, now we're looking at another, that's where that is not the
Right.
previous use.
That's right.
So then they would be subject to the new standards.
Okay, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
You know,
But if for some reason that building is vacant and then, they come in and they want to do retail.
Vacant
they're-
for 6 months.
Well, there is, no, because we do have language that says that it is deemed conforming.
Right, I understand.
Right. It doesn't say 6 months right here, or 180 days, or 3. This is basically saying that everything is conforming.
That's more for business
I-
licenses.
Right.
underneath.
That's
I
more
hope
for
this
our business
is
occupancy.
sufficient.
Yes.
I'd clear that up for him, too.
And Mr. Baggett, if you could just elaborate that we did work on this one for quite some time, just to make sure that none of our previous development orders or previously approved properties don't come non-conforming for the day this is adopted.
Yeah, I think this was the best language that we had come up with after multiple tries.
We'll see how it pans out.
Marcella has a comment, Mayor Rich. A question.
Would you please come to the lectern, please? Ms. Gambler?
Mike says that shared parking will apply to commercial. So it's not an issue.
Sorry, Marcella Camblor. For the record, I just have a question, because I hadn't seen this language. I just want clarification either from Jody or Mr. Baggett. It says any previously approved development application with an unexpired timetable. So an unexpired timetable ties an existing PUD to regulations prior to September 4th? All regulations, some regulations, density regulations, parking regulations, which regulations does this timetable apply to?
So your
You know what
question
I'm asking
is, if you have a development, I'm sorry, if you have a development that was already approved and you have one more parcel that needs to be approved, or it needs to be constructed, and you have a timetable,
Right.
it would be expired from, as long as you have an unexpired timetable, if it expired, say, 2 years from now.
Right, but my question is, and I get that, and I agree with the language, I'm not disagreeing. But there it says, I can't read, shall be conforming, right? So it could be, like you said, a PUD has a portion that hasn't been built yet, but doesn't
Right.
have an expired timetable. What is that conforming
It's
with?
conforming to your original PUD, so
And if-
whatever was approved
Right.
at the time or vested at the time,
What
that
about
is
the
your
parking?
development order that you would follow.
And what about the parking?
That would be also part of your development order. Everything would be vested, everything is considered,
Vested as prior to September 4th.
Right, and maybe
I
that's the
just
word-
want to leave this super clear for the record, so
So
that when
are you-
PUDs come in, we can quote this, because this is really important language.
right, and
Mr. Baggett?
Can we
in light
confirm
of her
that?
warning,
Yes. Well, can we confirm it?
Is Jody correct?
Yeah, I think that's the intent behind the language. and
Density, intensity, and parking.
right,
that's- As long as it was done before.
And
Right.
it has an
September 4th.
active,
correct.
non-expired, gotcha.
And maybe, you know, maybe we can say
it's
it's,
here all night, but I'm thinking of some of the ones post-2006, but even some before, because we did used to use shared parking because we were just allowed to use, you know, if we were able to communicate it. But if somebody comes in one of these approved PUDs and they change a use, so, which happens a lot in the shopping centers, they had a shared use parking analysis that balances out, you know, all of these different things. So if somebody had a medical office or they had a restaurant and now it becomes something different, they still can make use of all of the tools that were in that PUD. They don't now have to, I just want to clarify, because that's one that I think you will see a lot of.
Yes.
that would be correct. That's the intent. That is we wanted to make sure, because a lot of those PUDs do have a mixed share parking, and they use the nexus ratio as the ITE. That's a lot of their analysis. Now, if the use is not permitted within the PUD, and now you're adding that use, that's not a vested use at that time. But most of the PUDs do have that huge table that does have the vested uses.
Any other?
Moving on.
This is really the only element that was added to 8, so any other questions regarding this? Is that correct, Jody?
I apologize, I did not hear you.
Yeah, it was just that language and the Board of Adjustment versus OPA.
Yeah, it's just, yep, it's just adding the definition for parcel, and that is the end
LPA only.
Yeah.
of this ordinance.
Okay. Only 10 o'clock.
Good job, Jody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jody.
And your other staff,
Yes, tell them.
and you have a new person, you have a new police chief beside you?
I do. He kept me, I feel very safe.
Okay, can we stick to the business for a few more minutes?
Sorry.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to move approval on I don't have the actual resolution in front of me.
Ordinance number 253-92025.
Beautiful. With removing the
ESN,
Table in section 3.
08.
ESN 08.
Yes, and
At the table, you were removing section 3.02.03 permitted uses, and then also the table that reference, which is figure ESN-08 permitted uses in the East Stewart.
Yep, only, yep, ESN 08, yep.
We have a motion by the Vice Mayor.
I'll second the motion.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Joby. Is there any public comment? If not, are there any further questions or concerns from?
I would just
members
like
of the
to make sure, I'm sure you guys captured this sentiment, but as soon as humanly possible to get a meeting scheduled for 10th Street to where we can review.
Commissioner Joby suggested a date of March 20th.
And yet,
Jimmy Smith had thrown that out for a date that we could use that he reserved, but I'm not saying that's
it's a
the date.
community
To me,
day.
it's the easiest thing, because 10th Street already has it going on.
Well,
for
we
the end of
already,
weeks.
and we all have all our own schedules.
Okay.
It's just
And-
easy, and it's, my schedule's open that day.
Okay.
So if March 20th is available for
It gives
everybody,
us a time
Yes.
frame.
I do not know that.
we don't need to come back before.
We don't need a time right now, do we? Or
It's usual 6:30 or 5:30.
Five
I'd
seem
probably
to be
start at
very
5,
popular.
4:30 maybe even, just carry it on.
Five seem to be very popular.
Or 5, I mean,
And this is like a workshop,
Yeah, it's a
yeah.
workshop.
right? The
We need
agenda,
to find a moderator.
You don't feel like you could run the meeting?
well, we can,
I could, but,
Oh, so you don't have to burn the midnight oil.
I mean, let's think about that. We can agree on the date and then decide on the format next.
Oh,
week.
let me look, I'm looking at the
I found the workshops work best when all the commissioners are
Really
with a
got the ice
moderator.
cream.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the big finger guy.
Get Mr. Nicoletti.
Please, let's never hire him again.
What?
Let's not hire him again.
Because we're there to listen to them.
Correct.
Mr.
And so-
Nicoletti,
And also explain in
Mr.
detail what we're
Nicoletti.
talking about.
Correct.
as a moderator.
Oh,
So we'll think about it.
Ask questions.
I might have to be in, I don't know. That's a very busy time of the month.
You said the 20th?
As soon as possible.
I will,
With a bullseye
I
on
will know
March 20th.
tomorrow morning.
It's a
when
Thursday
that date is
evening.
available.
Okay.
I'm sure Mike's listening and he can figure it out.
See what he's saying, Thursday evening.
March 20th, right?
So it's a month, not quite a month from now, which is good. We have
All
a
of
motion
us?
and a second. Seeing no further discussion from commission. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Clark?
On ordinance 2539?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi?
yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collins?
Yes.
And Mayor Rich?
No.
It's a 4-1 vote.
Seeing no other items for our consideration, this meeting is adjourned.
All right, let's go.